that they were drain cleaning, putting in special measures, shelters were ready, and we by far have what, 900 shelters out there?
Yeah.
It would be interesting to find out what the take-up has been so far.
And you put that against the images that we saw.
That we're seeing now.
Right. So we are hearing that drain cleaning was happening and gullies were being cleaned and ahead of time. But that is juxtaposed to what we saw with our own eyes when our reporters went out there on the scene, right?
My hope, of course, is that we don't end up with any casualties coming out of this, because it will make it even harder to justify and to reason and explain it to the people who've lost loved ones. So it's my hope that we don't have to go down the carnage road, even though we are knowing fully well that we could end up there.
So we're getting images now of further up Constant Spring Road. That's towards Grandspen Road and Oakland's apartment area here in Kingston. We're seeing just a little bit of the hillside there, where you can see visibility is a little bit low.
That's the Manor Park area?
That's the Manor Park area. You can see visibility becoming just a little bit low in that area. Of course, traffic is all but non-existent.
on a Wednesday
Wednesday morning in Kingston. This isn't the usual
very atypical
imagery.
We earlier discussed the fact that perhaps one of the challenges many Jamaicans would face is the fact we were bracing for previous natural disasters like earthquakes. We had several tremors in recent times, and some bigger than others.
Just this year.
Exactly. This year proved to be quite an interesting one when it came to earthquakes. We saw buildings cracked, we saw shelves and items shattered in supermarkets, and we saw Jamaicans in almost a frenzy. There was a house that was leveled in Portland.
Yeah.
And there were other homes in sections of St. Thomas coming over from the east, where we saw quite a bit of destruction and ruin and some cracks, massive cracks. I'm most concerned for those structures that were compromised by those earthquake
You wonder
incidents.
how much more we can take.
How much more, yes, because many of us didn't really do a grand walk-through after such an event. I think Jamaicans are, in some instances, happy-go-lucky. We accept the fact that we were spared the worst of an event, and then we kind of just say, oh, thank you, Jesus, and move on again.
Yeah.
But
it could have been worse.
Yeah, it could have. And I think that's why so many people are just trying to put in as much preparation right now as possible until they see what Beryl makes itself out to be here.
Yeah. Boy, Nika, it's been interesting, and we should expect or anticipate more hurricanes of this nature and this magnitude.
Climate change is real.
Especially because of climate change. I know we're harping on it, but
we have to.
As an island nation, it's not something that we can ignore. As a small island nation, right? It's not something that we can very, easily just ignore. It's not ignorable.
No, it doesn't allow you to.
It's in our faces, and we've seen just how hot the days are.
What I'm happy for the most part, schools would have come to a halt. So we would have been looking more to the summer period. And so the children are home. This didn't happen upon us in the middle of a school term, disrupting or further interrupting pedagogy. But at this point, we are seeing where the children, many of whom have never seen anything of this nature, are the ones that I'm very concerned for too.
Yeah. So in terms of the children who are experiencing this for the first time, I remember when I experienced a hurricane for the first time.
How old were you? Well, Nika, you don't have to give it.
We don't have to go there.
All right, never mind. But what was it like for you?
No, man. So of course we were battening down our house and everything, and I never quite understood why this was happening, although I knew that a hurricane was coming. But it's when you
but
hear...
the gravity of it didn't hit you.
Exactly. And it's when you hear the howling, it was almost as though it was something coming from down the road. You know, like you hear a sound. It's almost like a loud vehicle is passing by the house. And it's almost as though it's tumbling down towards where we were. And
well, you're jogging my memory.
Exactly. And I remember turning to my parent, and I was like, what's going on? Like, what's that sound? And they were just like, that's the hurricane.
Wow.
That's the hurricane. So it was quite an interesting experience for me. It was a little bit exciting as well because it's something I had never experienced. So I know how the children are feeling, but we want to ensure that we manage that excitement.
Absolutely.
You know, we want to ensure that we keep the kids inside.
Yes. Well, we now have the mayor of Portmore. He should be joining us along with the councillor for the Hellshire division. All right, so I'm getting Mr. Preddy.
That's Mr. Preddy and Mr. Thomas.
And Mr. Thomas.
Well, here, thanks for having me. And beside me is Mayor Thomas, of course.
Absolutely. Could you paint a picture, Mayor and Councillor? Well, Mayor firstly, because you may have seen a little more than the Councillor. Could you paint a picture of what is happening in Portmore currently?
All right. The municipality of Portmore, it is overcast. And the shelters, all the shelter managers are in place. They are issuing their kits. The EOC center is activated. We have so far 4 personnel at ART in the shelter. We have 1 in Hellshire, and the police have went to the beach, Hellshire Beach, and also Portmore Road, and do the crying. The JUTC bus went, and the resident said that they don't ready as yet. So we are making certain that we inform them that they should.
I'm sorry. You said something about not being ready as yet. Can you just say that again, please? Mayor?
Hello?
Yes. So I know you mentioned something about people not being ready as yet. Please run that back by us.
All right. The Hellshire Beach, for example, we went there this morning, 8 o'clock, to remove them to the shelter. They refused to move. The police went with the town crier, and we cried the entire beach, including some section of Hellshire, for them to evacuate and go to the shelter. They are not complying. We went also to the Portmore Road, and we also advised them that they need to go to the shelter. However, the JUTC bus went around there. Nobody take the opportunity to go on the bus. We are still waiting. However, all the shelters are up, and the EOC is activated. We have 4 persons so far in the ART shelter, 1 in Hellshire, and also 2 in Gregory Park shelter.
Mayor, I've been saying something very poetic this morning. If your home is in spate, do not hesitate. Evacuate. And I will continue to say that going through this hurricane. How can people reliably sit in their homes that are already sometimes compromised so close? We've seen our reporter over there. Councillor Preddy, let me bring you into this conversation. What are the residents in your division saying to you, and are you seeing this sort of pushback as well?
Yes, as the mayor alluded to the Hellshire Beach, we're having a problem on the Hellshire Beach where the...
All right,
yeah, I believe
Councillor.
I spent about 20 minutes at the shelter waiting to see if we would have anybody that would come by. Only 1 person at the shelter up to this minute. So we don't know why they are refusing to leave vanity and save their own life.
Do you have any appeals that you would like to make to them before it gets too late? Because we're trying to abate or allay rather any worse outcome?
Yes, of course. I have a conversation with the coordinator about 20 minutes ago, and she said, Councillor Freddie, we have an hour leave. After an hour, we cannot help you. We have to get them out within an hour, and you know, we have about 35 minutes of that hour gone already. And I'm appealing to the fisher folks and the residents and the Hellshire Beach. Take the opportunity and leave while you can. It is very dangerous. It is serious. This is the calm before the storm, and it is definitely coming. And no one on the beach is safe, I can tell you. No one is safe on the beach.
Councillor Preddy, we don't have a lot of time left, but one of the concerns that persons are like, when I lose my property and I lose my assets, what recompense, as we'd say, is there for me? What kind of support do you have for the persons in your community?
Okay, and when they lose their life, are they sure they're going to get eternal life? The life comes first.
I agree.
Life comes first.
All right. All right. Well, Councillor Preddy, I'm going to ask you to stick a pin right there. We're going to go to a break. You're watching CVM's coverage of Eye on Beryl. We take a quick break. We'll be right back.
With love, and you're tuned in right now on CVM TV. Watch it, we're going to go crazy in the kitchen. Check it out.
Yeah, sister, the man a big chef, you know.
Boy, I'm a try a little thing when I'm ready, you know.
Worldly.
Yo, check this out. This is Ding Dong Ravers and Cooking with Love. And you're tuned in right now on CVM TV. Watch it. We're going to go crazy in the kitchen. Check it out.
Yeah, sister, the man a big chef, you know.
Boy, I'm a try a little thing when I'm ready, you know. Worldly.
All right, guys, the news is in. You are loving MTM on CVM.
And for those who don't know, we are the Mitchells. I'm Wayne.
And I'm Tammy.
And you can come along with us on our journey every Wednesday, 8 p.m. Right here, you can see it happen on CVM TV.
Yeah, MTM man, CVM man.
See it happen, man. CVM man, MTM man, CVM man. See it happen, man. CVM man.
You're the sugar to my tea. Meet the Mitchell family. That's fun. John Mark.
Still in wagon. You can't say we're a friend now.
Welcome to the ZZ Lottery Draw for 10:25 a.m. Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024. The one-drop winning number is 30. The hat-trick winning numbers are 1, 5, 4. The four-play winning numbers are 0, 0, 0, 3. The fireball is white. Thank you for playing with Izizi.
Goes all the way around the outside in the Neil McLaren. Collins got two wheels. Contact.
Hello and welcome back to CVM's special coverage of Eye on Beryl. I'm Andrew Laidley.
And I'm Nika Lewis. We left a conversation recently with Councillor of the Hellshire Division in Portmore. That is Councillor
Vanrick Preddy.
Vanrick Preddy.
Right.
Mr. Preddy, you're still with us? He was telling us about the defiance of the people in his division, where despite the Hellshire beach seeming to be coming closer to their homes and inching closer to devastation for them. Yes, we're hearing you. So we're just reminding the audience of what was happening prior to the break, where you told us only one person is at a shelter over there, despite their communities coming under threat. So, Mr. Preddy, we spoke earlier about...
I'm sorry about the movement, but I'm at the municipal building where we're trying to get things together to get out there, so I have to be moving. So sorry about the movements.
All right. Well, if you can talk to us briefly about the push to get persons out of their homes, especially the ones that are sooner compromised, within that tight window you mentioned, because you said after this hour, anyone trapped in certain spaces, that's pretty much it.
I saw about the disturbance, as I said before.
You don't have to apologize.
I'm at the area where we're trying to get some things out to
All right.
We're very busy at the municipality. But sorry about the movement and the noise in the background.
Okay, Mr. Perry. Thank you.
Yes, but as I was saying, we're trying to get the people of the Hellshire Beach. If I could turn my camera around and show you a shot. Can you see the shot of the Hellshire Beach here?
That's a beautiful one compared to what we're seeing now. But it looks so flat.
Right. So That's a chat. So the people at this area of the beach, they are endangered, of course. And we're trying to get them everybody off the beach. But nobody wants to move. Nobody wants to move from the beach. And that is where we're having some challenges. We only get one person in the shelter just far. And the last attempt we made was like 40 minutes ago. I believe in the municipality. I'm heading back to Hellshire now to make up one final attempt, and then I will secure my own life.
Mr. Perry, about how many persons are we talking about?
Councillor Preddy.
Councillor Preddy.
All right, we're talking approximately no less than 100 plus people on the beach right now.
It is most unfortunate.
We are trying really hard to get them out. As I said, I'm going to make a final attempt to go on the beach as I leave with you. I'm going to go upstairs, get some more stuff to head to the shelter, and I will be making a stop on the beach again.
All right. Well, thank you. That is Councillor Vanrick Preddy. He is the councillor for the Hellshire division in Portmore. Thank you so much, and we wish you well. People in Hellshire, you should act before it's too late. We want to save lives this hurricane season.
All right, so now we have joining us the Member of Parliament for East Rural St. Andrew, Juliet Holness, on the phone. Hello and welcome to CVM's coverage. I believe we're having some challenges connecting with her, so yes, we will have her in a moment, and of course we'll get an update there from East Rural St. Andrew as soon as we are able to connect with her. But Nika, it's exactly what we were talking about in terms of, you know, the hesitation from persons to leave their home and their property and their lives being at risk.
I'm now beginning to feel it perhaps has to do with convenience and comfort, because I cannot see rational thinking people avoiding to do the rational thing. Yeah. So I'm thinking it has to do with some amount of convenience, and it's a little ironic, but
it's about to become uncomfortable in a moment.
It's a disaster situation. The Prime Minister appealed to you just a few evenings ago, including last evening. Do the right thing. Don't try to disobey and die. Don't compromise your life and then thereby the opportunity to rebuild your livelihood. So if there is a chance, you are in Hellshire, you are in Port Royal, because let's not talk about Port Royal, where people are remaining adamant and defiant that they're not leaving Port Royal. Now, not because you are remnants of a sunken city mean that you can't sink again, because you never know what nature has planned for us. So don't go on testing Mother Nature. We don't want to know that.
Our appeal is for persons to listen and to hear the appeals that we've been making.
And that's the government's appeal.
That's the government's appeal. Yeah. And, you know, it's really one of concern and for life. You know, we're trying to avoid any casualties during the passing of this hurricane, and that's the best outcome that we could have.
Talking about best outcomes, do you remember when? This is something I was planning for you, because I say I'm going to toss you. I'm not sure if we're able to connect with the East Rural St. Andrew MP just yet. Is Mrs. Holness on the phone? Just not quite yet. But we are definitely going to continue reaching out to her. But this is called Do You Remember? Because do you remember when the Bogwalk Gorge in St. Catherine was compromised and it was closed by the authorities, and people tried to breach the gate so they could cross the flooded gorge?
Yeah. I mean,
let me understand what you were doing.
You wonder what's going through the minds of persons when they're thinking about it's the same kind of thing that you see when, you know, fisher folks hear that there's a hurricane or there's a storm coming, or that there's going to be some kind of weather system that will affect the waters, and they refuse to come on shore or to come inland. You know, so I do remember that, so I
All right, you get that 1 point. But we have joining us now the Member of Parliament for East Rural St. Andrew. This is MP Juliet Holness. Welcome, Mrs. Holness.
Hi, Nisha. Good morning. Good morning, Andrew.
Hi, good morning.
Yes, so it's me and Andrew lately.
Hi.
Yes.
That's Andrew Lately and Nicholas. Hi. Morning, Jamaica.
Hi.
Connection is not sounding so great on my side. Is it okay on yours?
We're hearing you. We're hearing you loud and clear. So MP Juliet Holness, your constituency is a constituency that I grew up in, so I'm quite familiar with that constituency. I grew up on the Bull Bay side, and I know some of the concerns that those residents tend to have, especially some of the residents at Wees Road, for example, in 9 Miles Bull Bay. What are you hearing from your constituents as we prepare for the full brunt of Hurricane Beryl?
I have been across the entire constituency over the last 3 days. I was actually in Trinidad up until Saturday in midday and returned and ended up having to move around my space just to make sure we were ready. So my visit to Wees Road was actually yesterday morning just to look again and speak to the residents about relocating. The fording, which is the Chalky River, looks reasonably okay. But as I said to them, water is very unpredictable, and we cannot know what could possibly happen. Morning, as many residents along the seashore in particular, to move, to get to higher ground, stay with family, secure your home. And if you have nowhere else to go, then we will pick you up and take you to the shelter.
Well, in terms of picking up persons and taking them to the shelter, what kind of transport are we talking about here, MP Holness?
The Minister for Transport has indicated they will have available JUTC in limited quantity to help where it is needed. And I have also organized private transport. So if anyone calls, the taxis are right on hand to take you from along the Bull Bay stretch to the shelter, which is the one that is usually occupied. There are some persons who also use Friendship Brook, which is run by the Cane River side. No one has yet reported to Friendship Brook.
Yeah, and
the other areas of concern for most of the Bull Bay residents would be the Wikiwaki Pond. We went out there and started to dredge that pond, which is to open it to sea. And there is also one that is called Little Copper, right by Little Copper near the 8 Mile ball field. We did the same. We opened up those drains and took that water out to sea so that those two ponds do not fill up and overflow into the adjoining communities.
Well, Andrew, if you will allow me. Well, many of the communities in your constituency, Mrs. Holness, such as the Mavis Bank area, are often in spate or compromised by some form of land slippage. What, if any, preparation was had in those spaces to prevent against the worst?
So the main preventative work across the constituency is to ensure that our drains are functional. And we have been cleaning the drains for all the divisions. We have been moving through the areas, assessing the drains. We have encouraged, like there are some citizens associations that we have asked to update if they have issues anywhere. I have two concerns which we have laid with NAA. In the Gordon Town area along the new highway, there is a breakaway. We are concerned about it near Elderslie. Persons have to be careful there. We have cleared all the drains along the Irish Town Road so that it can handle the volume of water, particularly around the 11 miles area that we usually see major landslides. Same for Mavis Bank. Only one major drain was of great concern at Waver Ridge. That also has been addressed. And the community members have been also pitching it in. Kintyre, we didn't have any drains that needed to be cleared. Our most recently constructed drain is significantly improved along the Linda's Gap area, which would normally have needed attention. It is now much larger and collecting all the water. That basically has covered all our drains right across East Rural. Now, what I would encourage our residents to do is stay in, because our next problem when we have the rains will be the landslides, and we can't predict where they will come down. So unless you have dire emergency, I would tell persons, batten down and stay inside until after. Once the system has passed, we are equally ready. We stand ready. Equipment has been positioned so that we can move quickly to clear landslides where we have them, and we pray that we do not have too many.
I know you're also an expert in the architecture side of life. So
not an expert at all.
I like to toss titles sometimes because you're being very modest. So I wanted to know, Mrs. Holness, in terms of terracing or any of those sort of landscaping techniques, if any have been employed to prevent or lessen the effects of land slippage in certain spaces.
In the areas where you can. If you look at some of the spaces in East Rural, literally from my layman point of view, I can see that we will have landslides in some of those areas again. What I try to do is to call the NAA and have them take a look. And I've actually spent the time to start to educate residents. So, again, just for everyone who live in these areas, if you see small pebbles coming, bigger ones will be coming. It literally, the landslide doesn't start as one massive landslide. It literally starts with small pebbles running down, and then it gets more, and then it breaks. So stay away from those areas. If you are seeing breaks in some of the rocks, you can see that they are not solid rocks. They are rocks that will come loose. Those are areas to stay away from. And there are some spaces that even the NAA will sign a challenge, because they will have to literally create a landslide in order to prepare some of those spaces for no future landslides. And many of the spaces across East Rural, you don't have the ability to do so. It is equally dangerous. So our best bet is to stay inside. Do not drive around. We have not lost a life from landslides per se of that nature. Remember, we had 2 persons who died in Bull Bay from mudslides. Persons should really stay away from driving around on the roads, because it is very unpredictable. And even after the rain, if you do not need to move around, water saturates our terrain and is far more prone to landslides even after the hurricane has passed.
So, Mrs. Holness, for residents in East Rural St. Andrew who need assistance, how can they reach out to you and the constituency office?
All right, so we have posted all the shelters across the constituency, and we have checked the shelters to make sure that they are up and ready. Food would not be at the shelter unless persons report to the shelter. So we have gotten a minimal amount of food ready for those who are vulnerable, elderly, or who may report to the shelter in the initial stage, and then more response will be available for those who are having difficulties after the rain as well. So they have the office numbers, they have always had them. They have numbers for community supervisors, the councillors, all the shelters, and we have taken home or office phones, and they are on 24/7. So no matter what time of night you can call, we will respond.
So thank you so much. That's Member of Parliament Juliet Holness for the constituency East Rural St. Andrew. Thank you so much for joining us. I know it's a busy day in your constituency. We really appreciate that.
All right. To my understanding, we have another Member of Parliament from St. Thomas now, MP Michelle Charles, to my knowledge. All right. So while we await her, we actually have a quick update from our reporter Courtney Lewis, who visited East Rural St. Andrew this morning. Hi, Courtney.
Hi, it's Courtney Lewis reporting for CVM News. We weren't experiencing much flooding. We have been having some intermittent rainfall here on this side of St. Andrew. It has been a little windy. There has not been much movement. Businesses have been closed. People are still making their last-minute preparations to get to their homes, trying to batten down and stay dry amid this weather. On Gordontown Road, and it's really just almost a ghost town. We can only see a few residents trying to make any last-minute preparations. There is a shop right below me. We do see that they have made the preparations to sandbag the area to prevent any unnecessary or excessive flooding. There are some residents making some last-minute preparations, but at this point it's really just a ghost town, not much movement. There are not many taxis on the road, and you know, people are just staying inside and trying to stay dry.
The people are wising up.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah,
I liked the fact that that particular household made the effort to put the barriers, the sandbags, because that's a very useful technique that even the authorities recently encouraged persons in low-lying or flood-prone areas that may try to mitigate some of the effects of flooding or stall it for as long as possible.
Yeah, I want to say thanks to Courtney for providing that update.
Absolutely.
As well.
Absolutely. We have Member of Parliament now, Michelle Charles from St. Thomas Eastern, joining us. Welcome, MP Thomas.
Charles.
I don't know what happened.
Welcome to the program, Member of Parliament.
Good morning to you. I'm happy you're in high spirits. What's the situation in your constituency this morning?
Well, thank you for having me. This morning, are you hearing me well?
I am. We are.
We are.
Okay. Well, this morning we are already experiencing storm surge and rain already in St. Thomas Eastern. I am in consistent communication with Ms. Medley, who is our parish coordinator for the disaster preparedness. And she has informed me that supplies were already distributed to all the shelters. We happen to have 43 in all of St. Thomas, and we have quite a few people already in the shelter. We have 4 radios were sent in to assist her with communications because right now it's hard to get through via cell phone, so we're happy and grateful for that. We do have some little problems going on. Right now I'm in a crisis because we have a few people at Pear River Square that needs to get into that school. The school at Pear River has been listed by the ministry and by ODPM as a shelter, but it seems that there's some misunderstanding with the principal, and I'm trying to get through to her, and somehow the school is locked to the residents. So if she's hearing me, Ms. Hendricks, I've been trying to reach you. We would love you to open that school. It is now a shelter. We have several persons at the square that need to get into that school. They were at the church and the roof has blown off. So please send someone with the key and get that school open at Pear Tree River. Some other things going on in St. Thomas Eastern. We want to thank the pastor at Calvary Church in Highbury. It's not a shelter, but we have 13 people there that said they couldn't make it to Morant Bay Primary School. Though it's not listed, it doesn't have supplies from ODPM, but we want to thank that pastor for opening up that church. So that's what's going on in St. Thomas Eastern right now, NWA, and we're grateful to have China Harbor out there. They prepared us for the storm, cleaned many drains, and we did some bushing, and we have equipment on standby currently because we always experience some kind of landslide. So that's where we are right now in St. Thomas Eastern.
Ms. Charles, can you tell us about the evacuation plan, if any, regarding the communities along the beach area?
Well, we have always encouraged those who live there, to just, proactively evacuate. Like I said, we have 43 shelters there, but we do have some persons on standby, taximen and bus, to assist those that are in need. We have the hospital for those who have to go straight to the hospital. We had a pregnant lady that went to Morant Bay Primary School, and wanted to stay there. We encourage those who are pregnant and experiencing any kind of difficulty to go straight to the hospital. But yes, we do have some persons on standby for any kind of transportation as needed.
We know development took place and is taking place, especially in the St. Thomas area right now. How, if at all, has that impacted what is being felt now by residents in your constituency?
Well, because of the development, we are blessed to have quite a bit of those major equipment there already in St. Thomas Eastern. So that was that's a blessing to us, because NWA has equipment out there, China Harbor has equipment out there, so they were able to assist us with the preparation.
And if residents want to get last-minute support, or if they're marooned or in any case like that, who do they call? How do they reach the powers that be?
Well, most of the residents in St. Thomas Eastern have our office number. The phone number is 876-871-1218. It's my personal office cell phone. I have it right here beside me. So it's been ringing all morning. And all other numbers and shelters are listed on all of my social media handles, and they should be able to log on and see that.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Member of Parliament for Eastern St. Thomas, Michelle Charles.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
We'll continue to track what's happening on the eastern end of the island, as well as the southern section. We'll be all over Jamaica, Andrew.
Yeah, certainly. I'm hoping that they can get that shelter open.
Yes, the appeal was made to the principal.
Seems like a case of miscommunication in that case. But I certainly hope that they can get that open sooner rather than later, because we've seen the images coming out of St. Thomas, and we've seen that flooding has started. Indeed. And houses are inundated with water already.
Meters.
Yeah. So our colleague Curling Brown is in Portland Cottage, and now will provide an update for us from that area. Curling.
I'm Carolyn Brown, and I'm here in Clarendon. We're at Portland Cottage, to be exact. And as you know, Clarendon is scheduled to get rain and water. The residents here are scared, and I can tell you more so the fishermen. And I have with me Mr. Hamilton, Romaine Hamilton. You have been out there, you've experienced disasters before. Yeah. How prepared are you?
I'm not very prepared. I'm halfway prepared, because this thing what coming, I hear that it's very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. As you can see, we're getting the boats out of the waters and try to get them safe on land. We are trying to carry them as far as possible from the water. We are trying to get the animals, try preparing our animals. We are trying battening on our house. We are tired, we're disgusted, we're fretting, we're scared, we're just everything at this moment. At this point, we hear that the storm is coming directly at us. We're at Portland Bight, right here in Clarendon, Portland Cottage, but the seafront called Portland Bight. As you can see, we are preparing, because the last Ivan and Dean, we get a lot of water, we lose a lot of animal, all heap of destruction. So we're really scared. So we know what is destruction, we know what is coming. The trees up there, they all break, run down in water, mash down house, all type of things. Chicken, fowl, wood.
Because you have lots of animals too, right?
Yeah, everything just destroyed.
What about the tide? Are you detecting anything to tell you that it's serious?
Yeah, the tide is rising. As you can see the ground, the tide is rising a lot. And we're not catching no fish for the last 3 days. The animal is gone. We see a lot of birds flying to the hills. We just see crab, the little crab on the seaside, they marching to the lands. What a sign you see as a fisherman, if you know what I'm coming.
Right. Of course, so we're seeing men out here, but where are the women and children?
Well, the women and children are battening down. They are packing up the things to move to a higher location. We have the scheme. The scheme is on a hill, like where we get back from Ivan, a relocation place. So most people are going to check them family, who they can stay with, and who they can go keep in it for this storm because we're not really safe.
But you know that you just mentioned you're not safe, so that means you're not staying at this location.
No, okay. No. We just try preparing the boats and leave. We not stay. We don't want to see.
So there's nobody out there who's saying, you know, some people don't want to come in. Anybody out there?
Well, nobody out there. We don't see nobody, to be honest. But the only thing we know, we're not no fisherman from our village out of sea at now. Everybody's on land. As you can see, we drop a lot of boats. Look right over there. And then we drop them. Try getting these one out the water right now. We're waiting on some more help. We don't see no CVM, we see.
Well, we always see it happen because we try to be around the service. We are with the people. Wherever we go, that's our plan. Yeah. And if you look up with me, I'll tell you, look at that. Yeah. The sky has a story. Something is about to happen. I'm Carolyn Brown reporting for CVM News here in Clarendon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Carolyn, for that update from Portland Cottage there in Clarendon. So again, we're seeing where persons are taking the necessary precautions and they are making the moves that are necessary. One of the things that the gentleman spoke about a while ago is kind of like a folklore that we've grown up with. You know, when the animals start moving away, he said that they haven't been able to catch any fish for maybe a couple days, as it sounded like, and so, you know, that's one of the things that we've come to learn, that when animals start to vacate and to move, to migrate, then it's clear that something is going to happen in terms of the weather.
I don't think I've noticed any animals around me that closely for a while to figure out if that's an indicator that we're going to get a disaster.
Well, it's much easier for persons who are living in the rural areas to identify.
Yes, way back when, before I came to Kingston, as my family members would say, and saw electricity on stick. So yes, way back when.
Yeah, Nika.
But I'm happy to see they're still incorporating those traditions in valuing what the experts are confirming for us.
Yeah.
But if I might share something, we have a massive following on social media, and we've been live streaming on our YouTube platform all day. And so what I am sharing with you are some of the comments coming out of our social media family there on YouTube. We have Jojo Ya says, well, she wants to know, are there any shelters in Salt River? She said she did not see one on the list. And Jojo, it would be great if you could tell us exactly where Salt River is. I am not sure.
Yeah,
where is that?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay. Either. She says it's not far from the ocean, but the producer says it's in Clarendon.
Clarendon.
And so we know Clarendon will be one of the worst affected
areas.
So we are hoping that those members in, yes, they say it's pretty close to the coast. Salt River, she writes, is not far from the ocean.
Okay.
Rare Stallion wants to know, where is the hurricane? So we'll be giving you that bit of information. It's behind us on screen, so we're hoping to get it in a better picture for you.
Right, what we're looking at right here is exactly where Hurricane Beryl is right now, just to the south of
230 kilometers per hour.
Right, to the south of Jamaica, as expected.
Yes, that's
as expected. And so that explains some of the images we've been seeing in the eastern end of the island. Certainly, what we saw in St. Thomas there,
Category 4, nonetheless.
Yeah, at Category 4,
we're still in the red zone,
experiencing hurricane conditions at Category 4 as we speak right now.
And it's at 230 kilometers per hour. I'm telling you. So social media is pretty concerned, and people are raising questions, asking questions, raising concerns. Someone here is saying that they have, let's see, the only thing, oh boy. Somebody is asking if the only thing the government could do was to impose a curfew. I believe the curfew was absolutely necessary. We have too many Jamaicans who are daring and way beyond heroic. And I remember when we were covering Hurricane Matthew, which wasn't even half as devastating as what this is predicted to be, persons when I was heading out to St. Thomas. So I was out by where Natalia would have been now. And when I went out there with my then cameraman, I remembered that the waves were crashing in. Palisades Strip was looking crazy. Waves were rising and falling in a fearsome way. And people were out there with their phones. Snap, click, click. And I was wondering, where did so many reporters come from?
Yeah. So it's
the fear is not real for many
It's not there, but that's also because Jamaica hasn't experienced a hurricane of this magnitude
in a
long time. So it's difficult for many persons to identify what a hurricane the damage that a hurricane like this could have on their lives and their properties. So it's not something that is taken seriously by many Jamaicans because there's no reference point for just how devastating it could be.
Well, let me tell you something. Based on the research that I so carefully selected for this program, the 21st century hurricanes, let's just run through a few of them, and I'll call the names and you see. So we have 2001 Hurricane Michelle. Do you remember that? You're probably never born yet.
I was...
So in 2001, we experienced Hurricane Michelle. It was a Category 4. So Beryl being a 4 is no stranger. Jamaica is no stranger to Category 4 hurricanes. But it says it cost the country $2.52 billion. Transport industry was worst affected with much damage being done to roadways. 2 deaths were reported due to flooding caused by heavy rains. And flash flooding and mudslides were reported to have caused damage to properties.
And with that, a while ago, it cost the country how much?
$2.52 billion.
And I feel like that's an interesting segue to
the Bloomberg
prediction in terms of the impact that Hurricane Beryl is expected to have on the Jamaican economy. I think Bloomberg was predicting somewhere between $1 billion.
They're saying it could go even more than that.
Right, and so that's quite extensive. $1 billion.
That could go anywhere else in the country.
It could go towards fixing hospitals. It could go
to national security. It could go to education.
Schools. Exactly. So, and this is the first hurricane of the season to affect the island in this way, and we're expecting a very active hurricane season.
And let me remind you, because I watched a bit, and what the experts are saying is that every Atlantic hurricane season, you can expect at least 10 hurricanes to be formed. They don't, to be named. You don't necessarily have all of them manifesting as hurricanes.
Correct.
But at this rate, we don't know. And I did speak to an expert some time ago who said the hurricane season is predicted to end in November, but it could very well last into December now, given the extent of climate change.
Yeah, Nika.
Scary times.
Scary times indeed. We pause the discussion just for a moment to take an update from our reporter, Ramon Gordon. Ramon
Gordon here, reporting live for CVM News from, the Sandy Gully. The National Works Agency commissioned a cleanup of sections of the gully ahead of the impending Hurricane Beryl, and this morning those efforts are, of course, continuing. As you can see, there is still garbage here in the gully, and it, of course, poses a flooding risk for the residents who call this area their home. These are homes behind me, filled with people preparing for the hurricane. Rain fell for about 5 minutes earlier, and already I'm standing in water. And the water has covered my ankles. This is just after a few minutes of rain. Rohan, we are standing outside your property, yes? I wanted to tell me what has happened here.
The same place rainfall, man, the whole of the place flooded, all water gets on my waistline in the house there, so if the ice up there's some of them high in the air. If you know, John, some of the furniture, everything in the place smash up.
The flood waters that we're seeing now is from the rains that occurred this morning. We're expecting to have more showers as the day progresses. Are you guys, how concerned are you about that, I should ask?
Well concerned about it. We have to tell years it are going with the way over here, so nobody no can assist we and look after it and help, but everything where we have furniture, everything mash up, bed, TV, all and something they mash up.
Do you have any plans currently to evacuate if you need to?
No, not really right now. We can't run and left the house, I probably have to turn your back and left your yard empty, criminal will go in and take over.
You've told me that even if weather conditions deteriorate and get really bad, you're not running away from your house. Tell me why.
I'm not running away from my house because I want my house to get better. I want them to see that my house is flooding.
Who you want to see that your house is flooding?
The councillor, the mayor.
You just want somebody who can help to see.
Recognize.
Are you going to be spending the hurricane with family or by yourself?
No, by myself, because my son, well, him gone part the female, my wife dead around 15 years now. My sister, them, at least my sister over Edgewater, said that, tell me to come over, but the last time when they did have vacate the people over there in a bus, and they end up in a upper arena. And I was here, so I'm never gonna away. So they have to run from over there and go arena. You know?
Make sure you stay safe.
Yeah, man, always.
Boy.
You take that one, Andrew.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Ramon, for providing that update from the areas that you've been covering. I want to say to our reporters to stay safe. Yeah, in the different areas that they're in.
What, Kingston 20, Kingston 19?
Yeah, Nika, I mean, at this point, it's just like repeating itself in the different areas that we've been.
Same script,
different cast. You know, the gentleman said he's not leaving. He's not leaving his house. He's not leaving his property. We spoke about
me. The gentleman who said he wants somebody to see that his house is flooding out.
Yeah.
No, sir.
People need action from their representatives, and they're saying that, well, if this is the extent to which I have to go to get your attention, because that's what I got from that gentleman. Yeah,
that could result in loss of lives.
At what cost? And you know, we have our sky cams up, and I'm wondering what the area is looking like now outside.
Right.
And we'll have images of that momentarily, and we're tracking, we're keeping our eye on Beryl. You're seeing there currently where the hurricane is right now, just to the southeast of the island, and making its way westward. And of course, we've started to see the impact of Hurricane Beryl.
So I must tell you that on our YouTube platform, we have somebody here. That's Rare Stallion, says, no rain in Clarendon. I have a person sending their hearts and support for us and what we're doing here. Also this seems like we have a pending interview with Michelle Thomas. She's the counselor for the Duhaney Park Division and no stranger to CVM TV. Michelle, welcome to CVM TV again.
Thanks for having me.
Right. Michelle, you're a first-time counselor and we see quite a bit of activity already taking place in your division. What's the mood on the ground?
To be honest, I was there yesterday for the entire day with the people. They are really nervous about the storm coming. They have expressed to me that they are worried, they're fearful. We reassure them to let them know that if it is that they need to evacuate, we have a response team that is available. We have been doing serious gully cleanings. We have started to pack care packages from yesterday because some persons at this time, they don't have the capital to really stock up, so we have been given that level of support. And so we're underground. I'm underground. I've been there with them yesterday, so I'm just sticking close to see how best we can assist anybody who needs assistance.
Yeah, Michelle, can you give the nation an understanding of whether any allocations were made towards preparing for Hurricane Beryl?
In fact, yes, it is, because what happened is...
right.
I believe
we lost her.
I think we lost Councillor Thomas there. Yes. Michelle, can you hear us? No, I believe we'll try to connect with
get
her.
her again.
Yeah.
Of course. So I'm going back to my list because I think we could set precedent for several of the viewers who've never really experienced a hurricane, especially our younger viewers who are probably feeling it for the first. So we mentioned that there was Hurricane Michelle in 2001. 3 years later, 2004, August 11, my month, Hurricane Charlie. 1 man killed when he was swept away by flood waters.
I remember Hurricane Charlie, actually. I remember Hurricane Charlie because this was just before Hurricane Ivan.
Yes,
correct?
Actually.
Yeah.
On point. And Charlie was the same year as Ivan.
Yeah, I remember those 2 hurricanes. But I'll tell you, Charlie, in my estimation, was nowhere close to Hurricane Ivan in terms of...
You're jumping the gun.
Yeah.
So let me tell you a little more about Charlie. Estimated cost of road repairs is worst affected parishes was $7 million. St. Elizabeth was hardest hit and accounted for 12 of the 32 damaged road sections. Manchester, St. Anne, Westmoreland, St. Mary, Trelawney, and St. Elizabeth were the worst affected parishes. So it felt more central and northern into western.
Yeah, that got the impact and the brunt of that.
And that's Charlie in 2004. But don't worry, if you were doubtful what was happening in 2004, we had another one, a Radam moment.
A major one.
September. So one happened August 11, and then Ivan happened on September 10 to 12.
Never to be forgotten.
How do we live through these things? September 10 to 12, you know.
Yeah.
10, 11, 12. 3 days of hurricane.
Yeah.
Hurricane Ivan. Category 4 when it made landfall. And it became a category 5 by September 11. Communities in some parishes were badly damaged. The Portland Cottage, which we saw earlier where Curlin is at, she was speaking with the fisher folk there. And the Portland Cottage community in Clarendon was destroyed.
Completely
destroyed. It said destroyed. Over 18,000 persons were left homeless and 17 persons were killed. We are hoping to not repeat this.
Yeah.
I see calls coming in. I can't take the calls from my viewers out there in St. Elizabeth, but I hope they are fine because we're live on CVM TV and live on YouTube and our social media platforms.
We're bringing them live coverage here from studio as we keep our eye on Beryl. And Nika is giving us an update, well, a history lesson. So we understand just what the nation or the country has been through before and juxtapose that to what's happening now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they said roads were washed away. Rivers and other water bodies overflowed their banks, resulting in damage to roads and infrastructure. So I'm understanding we are back with Councillor Michelle Thomas. Welcome back, Michelle.
I'm here.
Yes.
Michelle, can you hear us?
I'm hearing you clearly.
Yes, so we had a break in transmission there, but I was trying to find out from you the kinds of allocations that were made towards preparation for the hurricane.
Right, so I didn't go to the street, but I was saying that on the weekend, the mayor of Kingston has been and to tour the division along with myself and the team. And there I will have showed him some of the problem areas so which he would have given the assistance as a result. So mitigating against potential loss because the gullies have been in a state of, rubbish and debris for quite some time now. And so he would have given that level of support. Remember, following also started some mitigation work from last week for the preparation of the hurricane season. So both entities have been involved.
Well, Michelle, is the Sandy Gully now cleaned?
The Sandy Gully, the fact is not clean. There has been previous lobbying. I think it has been done at personal for the Sandy Gully to be clean. That has not been done, and then the doctrine that the member parties has also been advocating for the country. It was seen at this point, they would have alleviated a lot of things that the community has been what are they facing now. that will have the upon us.
Michelle, are there any lessons that you have learned or that you will take away from this experience?
Definitely. I believe that as a whole, that we can't wait until the hurricane season is upon us in this year. I think we have a yearly program that tackles this on from that concept, because I have noticed that the entire environment is just chaotic, just everybody is ultimate. And we have to understand that we have to spend so much of the time. And so we have to be responsive and not reactive. So I think that is the lesson that I can take away. We have to move from being a reactive country, but we need to put in place plans that make us productive for anything.
Yeah, Michelle, thank you so much for sharing with us here the latest on what's happening in your area. Thank you, and do stay safe as you know, you continue to ensure that you bring that representation for the people in your area and your the constituency and division that you are in. So Nika, now we're going to take a look at how hurricanes are measured.
I'm excited.
A feature from the BBC.
Yes. I was expecting more. I loved the avalanche of clouds.
Yeah, that you can see
within the eye of the hurricane.
Yeah, I was speaking with someone about flying above hurricanes and looking down. I mean, certainly I've never done it. Well, but one of my friends
tried.
was saying that no, this person was coming from Taiwan, and they needed to get persons out of the area, and person was explaining that they were above the hurricane and was able to look down and see literally
the gust of winds and the clouds swirling.
So that was interesting to hear, and it was basically, I imagine, what we saw just now in that feature. Yeah.
Well, what can I tell you? I have more information about hurricanes. This now coming from 2005. So after 2 in 2004, we got to 2005, and then we had,
of course,
hurricanes Dennis and Emily.
Oh yes.
Those are media names too.
Dennis and Emily.
So, Andrew, these hurricanes resulted in a total damage of $5.98 billion.
Boy, I tell you, when it comes on to the economic and financial impact of hurricanes,
I see why we lobby this hard for support.
Exactly, and you see why we have to have the catastrophe
relief
bond in place.
And it's for and all of these things.
Insurance. It's for these kinds of things.
It would ruin economies, you know.
Absolutely, and you know, one of the things that persons don't really notice as much is your premiums. Your premiums are higher in these areas because of the vulnerability.
The constant threat.
The constant threat. So when you talk about property insurance, you're talking about your car insurance, every kind of insurance that you can imagine is going to be higher because of these kinds of systems that are coming through. I understand, Nika, that we're now joined by Mikhail Phillips.
I spoke with him yesterday. So he's from northwestern Manchester, and I'm certain MP Phillips, that you will be telling us a bit about the action happening over in your neck of the woods.
Well, hi to you, dear listeners. I hope everyone is safe and dry at this time. Over in North South Manchester, I mean, we're seeing the better part of the weather system right now, in the sense of that there is not much activity, you know, on the north rain, but it's calm right now. So we're giving thanks for this moment and hope that it doesn't get any worse.
Well, MP, you know that one of the biggest things on the minds of the Jamaican populace is what's happening with the Troy Bridge. How are the constituents faring at this time, and what's the situation with the bridge?
Well, as it is, you know that the bridge has not been yet replaced. So we're just basically, persons are not able to cross it. It's inundated now. But, you know, the area itself is not really affected right now. But we're just warning persons not to try and cross the river as it is now, or even the temporary bridge that the resident has installed, just to be on the safe side.
What's your evacuation plan looking like, and what are some of the concerning areas that you've seen?
Well, the area of Cottage Park, there is a center in that general area by the Antioch Basic School and Church, which will cover that general area. The persons on the other side of where the bridge would have been, which is Troy, would go to the high school, you know. But we have the municipal councils have engaged the managers, and the centers were all checked with the councillors and the team from the municipal council. So everything is in place. We're just hoping that we will be on the better side of the hurricane, of not too much damage or effect to the community itself.
I believe yesterday when we spoke, you had mentioned something about central government support. What are some of the hopes and ambitions you have regarding that?
Well, when we spoke yesterday, I had mentioned to you that, you know, being a member of parliament for 13 years, the resources that I got from day one from being member of parliament, which is $1 million to do drain cleaning, is the same $1 million that we're getting now 13 years after, which is really does not or isn't able to cover even 1/10 of a constituency like Northwest Manchester or any rural constituency thereof. You know, not only speaking for myself, but I would say all rural MPs or even those in the urban centers. You know, so I've always said that we need to spend more before the hurricane season in preparation, because how it is now is that we usually get $1 million at the beginning of the hurricane season. Sometimes we will get something midway through the season, but generally at the end of the season is when we do get another $1 million or so to do some drain cleaning. But, you know, the records will show that if you do more preparation beforehand, you spend less if there is any flooding or any catastrophe, as we would be seeing now with a hurricane. We tend to spend at least 10 times more because there was not enough preparation done prior to. So, you know, my stance is that we just need to do things a little differently so that we see less damage. We could see where the National Works Agency was rushing the day before to try and do some drain cleaning. If this was done prior to, then we wouldn't be, you know, trying to make do with what little could be done on the day before the storm was to hit landfall.
Well, Mr. Phillips, you mentioned the last-minute preparations in some cases, but you also, I want to know, if you are satisfied with the level of preparation that's been done in your constituency, given the resources you've had and the time.
No, I'm not happy because, as I said, we got resources about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. The National Works Agency was a bit slow in moving forward because we had to engage contractors. Few of the contractors were not forthcoming because there's some payment issues that they have with the National Works Agency. Some contractors said it's slow in getting resources after completing the jobs. So, to engage a new job without having, where monies are owed to them, they were slow in responding. We were fortunate enough to really get some emergency cleaning done. But with the resources that we have, I'm sure that the cleaning that we have engaged is going to be more than the resources that we actually have been committed by the National Works Agency. But, when knowing that July 1 is the beginning of the hurricane season and you're basically engaging us at least a week or two just before for drain cleaning and with less resources is really, putting us at risk. We just need to do things a little bit differently. I've been saying it for a number of years that you can't give a constituency like Northwest or Central Manchester the same resources as you would give to a East Central St. Andrew or a Southwest St. Andrew. The size is just completely different. The resources needed and just the requirements of what needs to be done is just completely different. But when you see that the Sanded Gully being cleaned yesterday, this has been something that the Member of Parliament has been speaking about for quite a number of years without any results. We saw what happened when we had some rains late last year, that it basically nearly overflowed the banks of the Sandy Gully itself, which is the main drain taking water out of the city of Kingston itself. And seeing that we've just been tinkering with it at the start of a hurricane season it's good management.
All right, well, thank you so much, MP Michael Phillips, for Northwestern Manchester. And we do note the concerns. I'm sure the Jamaican people are hearing as well. Well, all the best to you and the people over there in your constituency.
Thank you very much, and I hope everyone just keeps themselves safe until this storm passes.
All right, thanks again, and be safe. All right, Andrew.
Yeah, boy, it's some serious concerns raised there by
a long-time member of Parliament.
Yeah, talking about inadequate funding for the kind of work, and some of the concerns that we had, the fact that gullies were just being cleaned yesterday. Yes. Although we've heard that the work started long before that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But we're going to take a break here. This is CVM's extended and live coverage of Eye on Beryl. So we take a quick break and we'll be right back. So, persons are saying they want us to check in.
If you watch it, we'll go and go crazy in the kitchen. Check it out.
Yeah, sister, the man a big chef,
Boy, I'm a try a little thing when I'm ready, World.
Get tiles
and get creative with your floors, walls, and all the spaces in between. Our knowledgeable sales consultants are happy to help create your beautiful finish with the latest designs in first quality porcelain, wood look, vinyl, mosaics, natural stones, and countertops. At Creative, you will get every tile you need for your residential or commercial projects. Creative Building Finishes, your one-stop shop for everything tiles. Visit our showroom at 5 Red Hills Road or call 876-929-5553. Get tiles, get creative.
Goes all the way around the outside in the Neil McLaren. Comment on two wheels. Contact.
The news is in. You are loving MTM on CVM.
And for those who don't know, we are the Mitchells. I'm Wayne.
And I'm Tammy.
And you can come along with us on our journey every Wednesday, 8 p.m. Right here, you can see it happening on CVM TV.
Yeah, MTM man, CVM man.
See it happen, man. CVM man, MTM man, CVM man. See it happen, man. CVM man.
Welcome back to eLive.
Hi everyone, it's Janelle Powell, Miss Kingston and St. Andrew Festival Queen for 2023. We are here at the Ranny Williams Entertainment Center for the launch of Jamaica's 62nd Independence Celebration. Stay tuned for the highlights.
Jamaican culture was on full display as we got a glimpse of what's to be for the Jamaican Festival Song Competition, the Miss Jamaica Festival Queen Coronations, the Jamaica Gospel Star Competition, and what's to come in our spectacular Grand Gala this year.
Tonight, we're celebrating the onboarding of our newest partner, J. Ray and Nephew, and their white overproof rum. They are, of course, one of our lead sponsors this year for the Jamaica Emancipation and Independence season. We also want to acknowledge also lead sponsor Chase Fund on board, and of course, all our media partners and sponsors that are part of the season.
From the rhythmic beats of the drummers to the rich and colorful lights of the drones, the energy was palpable. Let's hear from some of the talented individuals who contributed to this immersive experience.
Being a part of the festival, song competition is a big thing, for sure.
I'm excited to get this opportunity so that I can showcase my talent.
I've never really had this kind of professional experience performing, singing before, so that's what I'm really, looking forward to and liking about the competition.
Jamaica continues to produce talent, musically. The drone show was also 62 years, Jamaica, for real. 62 we reach already, as a kid. Remember one song was a give thanks and praises. We are 25 and we reach 62 now, so that's a blessing.
Tonight we launched, and it's the first time in a long time that we're going to have an early launch. We have selected the festival songs, a panel selected the festival songs. We have selected our 10 gospel stars, and the competition will be carried on CVM television, where we will have a series of shows, and in the end we will select the winning gospel star. This year we in fact see the end of the UN declared International Decade of People of African Descent. So the Grand Gala this year will have very strong African Jamaican influences. So we will truly be talking about out of Meadowan people, African, Chinese, and all the other ethnic groups, everybody coming together to create a wonderful experience in the National Stadium, 35,000 people strong. Can't go wrong.
Jamaica at this time need an event like this, you understand, because it has supported talent, and when the minister go in all these ghetto communities and all these inner city communities, and then she get over 2,000 and other youths, that's 2,000 just make 2,000 suit, one bag of things are whole heap of money. So she's providing job for the inner city, and different from that now, she's giving talent to get out there. That different from the Maroon Emperor, I'm also an entertainer too. So we have to support the culture, and the drone, I don't know if you catch a drone show, the drone show bad. So big up Minister Babsy Grange, I love her, more time me and her have a look at knicks-knacks, but say I'm our biggest fan, yes, Dad?
Sweet, sweet Jamaica. Thanks for joining us for eLive. Until next time, walk good. I'm Navinia Beckford. to eLive. With a soulful voice and a passion that resonates through his music, Jay Holiday has established himself as a standout artist in the R&B scene. Today, we have a little chit-chat with international artist Jay Holiday. Who is Jay Holiday and where did the name come from?
When people ask me where my name Jay Holiday came from and how I picked the name, it's a short little story. I'll shorten it up for you. The J stands for James, and that was just in remembrance of my uncle that passed away, just to keep his memory alive, and that was everybody's favorite uncle, and so he was really missed. The holiday came from just, you know, in the States we have holidays for, you know, different holidays, 4th of July, stuff like that. Or, you know, sometimes overseas or in the UK, they say they're going on holiday or they're going on vacation. So a lot of people in the industry, they used to say that they didn't have to sell my music to get people to be like, yo, Jay Holiday's the next guy. It was just like they would play the music and they just felt like they weren't at work. So they basically tagged me Holiday, so it was Jay Holiday, and that's how I got my name.
How do you feel your music has evolved over time?
I wouldn't necessarily say my music has evolved. I would say me as a person, just the man that I am, I've evolved. Things that I experienced has changed. The love life is different, you know, from heartbreaks to being in love and stuff like that. But as far as like my music evolving, I just feel like my music is always going to change just because I'm always using different influences that I have or that I've had before I became this Jay Holiday. So evolution, I think, is more so the person and not the art, but the art, I think, changes with the person. So I don't know if that's confusing, but that's how I feel about the evolution.
Have you visited the Caribbean before?
So I've definitely been to Jamaica before. I've done shows all over the Caribbean or the Caribbean. Depends on where you're from is how you say it. I love Jamaica. I've been to Kingston a few times. I've been to Montego Bay a few times. But it's just something about being on an island in general. The water's beautiful. The culture's great. The drinks are amazing. The food is good. And the vibes is the vibes, man.
You had posted this on Instagram referring to the golden age of R&B music. Could you share more about this?
Oh man, a lot of people have been asking me this question. So I did a post about the 2000s music, 90s music and 2000s music, and I said that 2000s was the golden era, the golden age of R&B music. And that's not to take anything away from the 90s, man. I was influenced by the 90s, maybe even some of the 80s and the 70s. But I said it was the golden age just because to be up against it, musically, R&B was up against the odds, you know, whether it was hip hop, pop, or whatever. And a lot of good music still came out in the 2000s. And of course, I was a part of that. But just being able to still have that core R&B sound in the 2000s when so much was changing, I just feel like we kept it going, you know what I mean? So, I mean, other than just producing me, I mean, you have countless artists, male and female groups that I can name in R&B that came out in the 2000s that did their thing and they held it down, you know, along with myself. You've been rocking with Jay Holiday, man. That was a little bit about me, but if you want to keep up with me and check out what I got going on, make sure you go to Instagram at King J Holiday, Facebook.com/J Holiday. Also be looking out for Holiday Music Group and the artists that I will be, you know, releasing out there into the world, man. First one up, Rico Anthony, man. So make sure you look out for him. And
thank you for watching eLive. Until next time, I'm Navina Beckford.
Yo, check this out. This is Ding Dong Ravers and Cooking with Love. And you're tuned in right now on CVM TV. Watch it. We're going to go crazy in the kitchen. Check it out.
Yeah, sister, the man a big chef, you know.
Boy, I'm a try a little thing when I'm ready, you know. Worldly.
The following program has been rated PG-13 and is suitable for viewers over the age of 13 years.
Hi everyone, it's Jordan Loren-Levy, Miss Universe Jamaica 2023, and welcome to The Crown and the Glory, the 2024 Reality Elimination Showcase, where the bottom 3 contestants will be eliminated each week, and the top 3 contestants will gain points towards sectional prizes for the Miss Universe Jamaica Grand Coronation Show, July 6th.
It's the Crown and the Glory, taking you behind the scenes of the Miss Universe Jamaica Beauty, Fashion and Wellness Pageant for the interesting stories that matter and giving you a front row seat to the contestants and their incredible journey to the crown. Come, let's take the ride together. This week, our contestants are challenged to produce the best personality videos, or UCAP, up close and personal videos. And they will also stand before the selection panel and speak about themselves and field questions regarding their advocacies, mission, and tell the panel exactly who they are. Before we get into that, however, let's dispel some rumors in the grapevine.
No, I don't think there's any intimidation here. I just see girls that are excited about being here at National. That's it. No intimidation.
No, not in my opinion. I believe that everyone here has seemed to mesh pretty well. Yes.
We all gel together. We speak to each other. I don't see any cliquing going on between the East and the Central girls.
The ladies gather to rehearse for the big challenge ahead. Still more rumors.
In the pageant, I just want to, I don't know. I don't believe that regional girls are cliquey. Just because we were training together for more than 2 months, and so we have a tendency. We're friends. We're a family at this point. It's a sisterhood, and so when we come here at the national pageant, and we're going to, click with who, not clique, but click with who we are known from the past, and it's just a friendship thing. It's not cliquey. It's just familiar faces. And as I said before, the amount of girls is so overwhelming, so it's really good to have familiar faces here at the national pageant.
The talk on the town is that the East girls are very cliquey and the Central girls are cliquey. So the girls who are coming from regional pageants are cliquey and they cannot stick together. That hasn't been here.
No, I'm sorry, I don't share that experience. I really talk to everybody, and I was saying to some of the East girls today that I love the unity that they have and that how they approach me and how we all just get along. And it's not very likely for people to be competing and still like, hey girl, fix that machine, come borrow this. So that unity that they share with me, it's exceptional. And that was the most surprising thing for me in this pageant.
Are you ready?
Okay, so rumors dispelled, and the contestants are now fully rehearsed and are ready for their camera time. Or are they?
My UCAP video? One question. Yeah. I know I forgot something. And what I would change about it is, one, when you're making a mistake, I guess no one knows, so going forward, I will be working tirelessly on not showing any weakness, even if I make a mistake. Yes. Okay.
Welcome to the world of foul-ups, bleeps, and blunders.
I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
Starting now. Okay. Gabby. I am an entrepreneur. I hold 2 business. I am an entrepreneur. Oh my God.
Hello, Jamaica.
Happy night!
Well, that gave me a little breathing time, thank God. Oh my goodness! Has
Now, they are supposed to be wowing the judges, telling their stories, bringing that A game that, we keep talking about.
As I've always had an interest in the human body.
I'm sorry. I'm just getting nervous and shaky, so it's throwing me off.
It was good. Not so new experience, but it was great. I loved it.
Hello everyone, I am Giselle Mills.
Take 100.
I'm trying to remember the rest of the conversation. I'm so sorry. Yes. I'm trying to remember the rest of the thing. I'm very nervous. No, I'm not.
Take 500.
Can I get another take, please? Do I get back my time for that one? Okay.
Go again.
Go again? Trill?
It really appears as if the contestants are having a really hard go at this one. A challenge indeed.
I should... Oh, Jesus. I'm so sorry. Beautiful things for my country. Oop, timer. That was the timer, I think I heard.
Obviously, the on-stage interview challenge was not as intense as the personality challenge, as the contestants now have the time to bet on who they felt.
If there was one girl other than me, well, I'm going to be honest. I'm kind of a fan from when she had done Miss Universe a few years back. Rachel Silvera. Not gonna lie, Rachel. Wow. Love Rachel. She's and then she's even more wonderful when you interact with her. So. She's the one for it.
Alright, now honestly, I'm gonna say Rachel because she's a previous title holder. She was first runner-up a couple years ago, so she's definitely somebody with experience. She's very beautiful, so I'd say Rachel.
Our days get a little complex sometimes. Often so many things make sense, yet so many do not. We are being intentional about giving prominence to the big stories in order to clarify and enlighten. Lead Story explains who, what, when, where, why, and how. Lead Story with George Davis, weekdays at 6:30 p.m. on CVM TV.
Look who we have in the cut.
No, today episode I got nice. Legends, Senator,
my long-time brethren,
the great, all-star,
the king,
and the man himself.
Salute!
You know, as man, we're not too go specialist.
And that's the pinnacle of the problem.
We want some new era.
Do what you love and you never work a day in your life. You lie.
You work till you wake.
It was pandemonium.
Country people can relate to me, I talk about.
What you think about me no matter, you know. What matter to me is what me think about myself.
Man United, I don't care what man wants to say.
You know, man.
Yeah, man.
You know, man.
You finished?
Yes, we finished.
The Cut is brought to you by Flo and Guinness.
Hello and welcome back to CVM's live and extended coverage of Eye on Beryl. I'm Andrew Laidley.
And I'm Nika Lewis.
So, Nika, before we went to the break, of course, we were talking to a few councillors, and I believe we
MPs too.
And MPs, and we're now joined by Councillor Omar Robinson from the Aligator Pond Division. Councillor Robinson, are you hearing us?
Hello, good morning.
Okay, good afternoon, Councillor. Can you give us, paint us a picture of what's happening in your area right now?
Well, actually at the beach of Aligator Pond, looking at the sea, the waves are extremely developing to a height. Very scary at the moment. But I can tell you, I am proud of the response of the fisher folks here. They would have moved their vessels inland, and some would have brought in some of the traps that they could bring to shore before this hurricane Beryl hits land. So I am commending them for their preparation in that aspect.
Councillor, are you I know you spoke about the waves, but are you experiencing heavy rainfall where you are in Aligator Pond right now?
A couple of hours ago, maybe a 2 hour trip. We got some drizzle roughly 2 hours ago, but it's kind of leaky at the moment.
And how about wind? Are you experiencing any gusts?
Just a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes ago, we were saying it is here now. You know, when we saw the conditions of the trees nearby. But it seems to be easing off as we speak.
And what's the latest in terms of electricity and light and power?
Well, that is something that I know the residents are concerned about because we have not power since morning. Let us hope that by the end of this interview it is back, because we love to have this as far as possible that they can go to withstand the conditions that are to come.
Do you believe that you and the persons in the area where you are were prepared or had enough time to prepare for Hurricane Beryl?
Well, as it is overall for preparation, when I drive through the Aligator Pond division, I'm seeing a lot of persons battening down, trapping their roofs. So in terms of that type of readiness, I would definitely say we are over 80% in terms of readiness and how we will take on the effects of the.
Is there anything else that you think could have been done to put the country in a better state of readiness?
Definitely. As it relates to getting to the shelters, you know, when we look at the mobilization aspect, you know, persons have been calling on the councillor to say, how are we going to get there? I know I would have spoken to the sergeant at the police station. He said he'll try his best to drop in wherever he can for mobilization. When I last checked the shelter at New Forest High School, only 3 persons were there with the shelter manager. So the take-up in terms of going to the shelter, we are not seeing a big turnout, especially for persons who live in the low-lying and flood-prone areas.
Yeah, so those are definitely some of the things that need to be brushed up on. Councillor Robinson there from Alligator Pond. Is there any other appeal or anything else that you'd like to say?
Yes, definitely. When I heard the announcement that the Member of Parliament will be getting $5 million in preparation for Hurricane Beryl, and we stopped by Paris Council, and there wasn't anything in the kitty for the councillors who are the first responders. The councillors are the ones who are on the ground, and we haven't seen anything, any allocation for the councillors to take on this with the residents and for them to feel like we are a part of the whole readiness and the preparation aspect as it relates to this Hurricane Beryl.
Yeah. Well, some work there to be done. I certainly sounds like something that we've heard as well from another councillor, yes. Or member of parliament, I believe, who was speaking with us. So, Councillor Omar Robinson, thank you so much for joining us here on CVM's coverage of Eye on Beryl, and do stay safe.
Thank you so much, and you stay safe as well, and let us hope and pray that we're not badly hit by Beryl.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So now Nika.
We are taking some live shots of what's happening in the corporate area just outside of CVM TV. And this is a wider scope, actually. We're looking all the way down to the transport center. And if you look beyond that, you are looking all the way down to the Kingston wharves.
But it's difficult to see.
It is very difficult to see.
Much beyond that.
The visuals are being impacted by what looks like a mist or some sort of fog or a cloud.
Fog or a mist that's coming in.
Indeed. You could see some droplets of water just now on the sky cam, which indicates it is also somewhat wet and perhaps raining now outside of Kingston or within the Kingston space. Yeah. Well, we also have on your screen some numbers, or the number rather, that you can call if you are interested in sharing your thoughts and your experience on Hurricane Beryl. We are inviting you to call. We want to hear your stories and we want to know what's happening where you are at.
Yeah, and the number to call is 876-931-6193. That's 876-931-6193. And of course, as Nika said, that number is up there on your screen. As a reminder as well, we have posted on our social media platform the parish shelters for persons who, would like to refresh their minds about where those are. I know one of the
lists as well.
We also have the list that
33 pages
that we can share.
So if you ask, it's easier for us to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. So to share that with
where
you.
One
of the things that needs to happen is that whether you are in a low-lying area or not, you need to know where those shelters are just in case. Just in case. And
having
earlier,
an option is good.
Exactly. And earlier I was speaking, Nika, about evacuation routes. How am I going to get out in case of an emergency? It's important to have an idea of evacuation routes and where those shelters are located, because you don't want to be in a situation where you're finally like, oh wow, I should have left, and you don't know where to go because you never prepared for the situation, and so you are stuck where you are. So it's important to remember those kinds of things as we now get into the intensity of Hurricane Beryl, and of course all the other things that we need to do to prepare. Pack that go bag. I remember growing up, one of the things that used to happen was my mom used to have a bag with all the essential documents. Yeah, you know how it is, Nika. You know how it is.
The mattress.
Exactly.
All the birth certificates. If you have passport, visa, anything, every document that is classified as important, because you don't want to pay for it again and go through the hassle and the stress, you make sure those are in plastic bags.
Yeah. And you want to also ensure that you have your first aid kit, So for persons with diabetes, for example, that's
condition
important.
Requiring medication.
Any condition at all, you need to have your asthmatic pumps. You need to have, of course, band-aids just in case of any
emergencies
accidents.
Or accidents. Yes, because yesterday, was it yesterday or this morning when we spoke again with ODPEM's Director General, he spoke, Mr. Richard Thompson, he said that sometimes persons would turn up at the shelters and they don't have their glasses. So you're in essence visually impaired. Here again, we are looking at an amazing shot of the Sandy Gully, one of the largest gullies possibly in Jamaica. And one for
Kingston
sure
area.
in the Kingston and St. Andrew space. So this is, it's seemingly free-flowing water going along the Sandy Gully.
We can see it's like
that
a branch.
looks like a branch. I hope it's not a whole tree because that is eerie.
I think we're seeing a branch going
floating down
river.
Is that river?
A river of sorts.
Of sorts.
And
that's pretty close to our base as well.
To our base here.
We are also encouraging you, as you're seeing on your screen again, to send videos and comments of what's happening in your space, around you if possible. We're not sending you out to become any community reporter, but we're saying if you're able to capture footage from where you're at in the comfort and safety of a safe enough space, then you can go ahead and send us those videos, comments, also on WhatsApp. And the number, Andrew, you're the numbers man.
The numbers man. All right, the number to WhatsApp is 876-833-0897. Again, that's 876-833-0897. So, Nika, we are in studio and we're not quite outside, but we can just from the images though, we can tell what is happening on the ground. We can tell that it's raining. We saw Sandy Gully earlier and there wasn't a lot of...
It was almost dry.
It was almost still dry, and now we're seeing where
water is building up.
Is filling up.
Yeah. Water is definitely building up in there.
Absolutely. So one of the things, Nika, one of the tips as well to prep in a hurricane emergency as well is to ensure that you have food and supplies, right? And to also ensure that you have hygiene and sanitation in mind for this season, because you never know how long these conditions may last, and you want to ensure that you are, if not comfortable, that you can get by.
Absolutely.
And, those kinds of things are important. We spoke about medical needs. We spoke about critical documents. We want to ensure that you have your tools and safety items, right, that you may need. And if possible, we want to ensure that if you absolutely cannot avoid going outside, maybe to button down again or something, ensure that you have your protective gear.
True.
Ensure that you are protecting yourself in a way that will keep you and your family safe, right? So that's important. So what we're seeing there, Nika, is Don Robin Avenue, I believe.
It's harder for me to discern.
Yeah.
From the aerial views, it looks so different.
But we're seeing...
That's Don Robin Avenue?
That's Don Robin Avenue.
Right down from us?
Yes, that's close to our base here.
I don't see the hardware. Oh, okay. So it's further up.
Yeah. So there you have it. You're seeing rain. You're seeing evidence of rainfall. You're not seeing too much wind actually in Kingston. No. We saw, for example, in St. Thomas when we had connected with Natalia, where it was breezy.
It was for a
as
time.
Some person would say, and there was flooding happening as well. And when we look in Kingston, we're not seeing the kind of activity, but I would say it's still kind of early, based on where
let me tell you what people have been telling us on our social media platform.
Just pause that for a second. Find it. We're going to throw to Curlin Brown, who is in Clarendon, and we're going to get the latest from her. Curlin?
And we are in Longwood, right? The community of Longwood. And I see you caring for your animals. You're bringing them in, or what? Do you have space to care for them during burial passage?
Yeah, somebody put them up in the garage. That's why I'm take care of them. Just like where I take care of somebody else. So, we care for them girls. Animal, long time I'm raising them.
What about you in terms of preparation? Oh, it's getting very windy right now, I can tell you. Tell me what you're from. Yes?
When it's weather time, you have to take care of them coming when they mash up.
Right?
When weather comes, them foot mash up.
And so you believe that this is going to be a rough time in terms of the wind? No, they are your focus, I can tell. But you're ready too. You're ready for the rain.
Yeah, you know, it's the rain time.
All right. What's your name again? All right. Thank you, Mr. Richards.
Well, let's apologize firstly for the poor audio quality, clearly because of the elements and the time that we're experiencing storm-like conditions already. That's Longwood in Clarendon, and Curlin Brown has been tracking the beat over there. Of course, it's one of the parishes highly likely to be worst affected. So we're going to try again this time around to see if we can hear from Curlin.
Yes, all of you.
You're relative. I'm saying you're a young man in the area.
Yeah.
You ready for burial?
Well, the storm, there's the storm will come, but we live in the Gulf. Down here is the Gulf.
Down here where?
Down here at Longwood, Clarendon, is the Gulf. We have the sea, we have the river. So the storm comes, just chuck off in the river and the sea. And just swim with the storm. And just enjoy ourselves. And so going out there, we can swim. We are fishermen too. We're out there all the time. So you know, we just enjoy ourselves here. We can see, we there enjoy ourselves. Look, on the camera. We out there enjoy ourselves.
What happens when the wind comes and real heavy rain?
Well, we don't gonna pray if we not come so hard, you know, but we are going to enjoy ourselves, said we. Because we have life, we are going to enjoy ourselves.
What do you call enjoy yourself?
Well, the storm will come and they say a lot of rain, a lot of breeze. So, we enjoy ourselves in the storm. As we say,
you should not do that.
Yes, but as we say, we down here at the Gulf, the river, all right. My house, the right side of the river. So if the rain come too hard, my house will get washed away. It will go flood out. So we just chuck off the river and just start there.
But that's killing yourself.
Be careful, please. That don't make sense, you know.
It don't make sense, you know, Auntie, but we live right at the bank of the sea and the river, so anything goes.
So have you made any plans to protect your little house?
Well, Auntie, it's not a little house, it's a big house.
Oh, sorry, apology, but I mean it so.
Yeah, it's a big house. Well, we need up some wind now, so, but we still know we are going to get flood out. So we are going to enjoy ourselves, steady as we say, chuck off the river and at the sea.
You're bent on chucking off?
We got to do that. We got to do that.
I hope everything stays safe,
okay,
right?
Okay.
What's your name?
I'm Lemon Pusey, you know, Taurus, no? Yeah.
All right, Mr. Pusey.
Okay.
I just hope he's not serious about what they say about chucking off in the water. But for now, that's what we hear from people here. I'm Curlin Brown reporting for CVM News.
Boy, Nika, I'm at a loss.
I'm not usually
words.
speechless, and when I went there in that pause, it was me trying to find the right words to fathom what this man just said. And he explained that it has to happen.
Yeah.
It got to happen.
He's going to dive into the river.
Chuck off. In Jamaican parlance, chuck off.
I don't...
Because he's bent on enjoying himself. I wonder if this man is reminded that the Prime Minister has issued orders for a curfew to be in place, sir. And your cronies, please be smart.
If you're hearing be smart. Do the right thing. I saw Curlin was trying to encourage him to do the right thing.
He was bent on doing otherwise, please.
Exactly.
He wasn't
was
having
determined.
We understand, though, that we have another update coming in from the field because our reporters are spanning the length and breadth of Jamaica. We have Trisha Gay Kelly, who's been in St. Catherine all day, joining us now for this update.
We have been through Hurricane Dean, Hurricane Ivan, and we remember that Dean was the last South Coast hurricane that came on Hellshire. We witnessed like stones, the stones in my right there, so we used to try to block up back for the water down. Them same stone there, the water lift it up and flee it in other people's building. We will live here now. We literally dive a liquor from underneath the sea. That is how devastating a hurricane can be when it comes to Hellshire Beach. So right now we getting a direct hit from a hurricane right now. It is threatening to business, livelihood, because you have people live down here like myself here. Right now I go because me know where me been through in a hurricane. You don't want to come here after this hurricane if this hurricane decides that it will hit Jamaica, you know. You know, you have probably one of them boat the way you see them have over there, so probably one of the boat then them have to row to come out there so to come pick up other people, and when you look you see crocodile swim in front of the boat them. Me been through Hurricane Ivan and Hurricane Dean, so me know how devastating it can be. You can look at the water surge, hurricane don't reach here as yet. We don't have no reef to protect with. To feel like it has to protect with. Like any big wave coming from outer sea, it could give you a direct hit by Hellshire Beach. So who have to stay here? Me know me not stay here. My yard nestle after you pass this also my yard nestle, you know, a little spot, but you see all of the people on the front page screeches here over here, so your sewage spot the water reach the screeches. See my uncle here over here, so your sewage spot the water reach.
So these are their homes as well?
No, these are business places. But it's when time you see the sea ready to lift up, you see all that is stone right there, so I don't surprise if most of the stone them move from right here, so when I come back here. But me nesting in one spot, and the spot where me nesting, I realize how far people move them boat them go. So when them boat they go drift, that is how bad a storm or hurricane can be for Hellshire Beach. I witnessed Hurricane Ivan at 11 years old, and it never doing no justice, none at all. My mother house and the grown, my mother house flat. This one a flat, this one a flat, this one a flat, this one a... When you look at those bare flat places. So I'm here. I want you guys to know that we are very concerned much about the building back of our reef, because we don't have no let me put it in a good way. We don't have nothing for nest away from this hurricane. May I go away?
Well, Andrew, that's one of the vendors out there in Hellshire, Portmore, St. Catherine. And I can't help but think the authorities just spoke to us a few minutes before now and said the people are insisting on staying in their homes, not going to the shelters, despite the devastation that is expected. And here we have history where this lady is saying that she remembers the devastation, the havoc that was wreaked on previous generations in previous times. And here we are still having to appeal to the people of Jamaica to find safety. If your home is in spate, do not hesitate.
Evacuate. Yes, absolutely, Nika. And so we've seen the back-to-back where persons are being reckless with their lives. We've seen them making reckless comments. And, you know, as Jamaicans, a lot of times it's the fanfare and it's the excitement. But we've seen over and over again where persons have in fact lost their lives because of these reckless behaviors, you know, and so it's...
Social media is quite alert to that too, because they're bashing the individuals who seemingly, they say, happen to have what they think is a death wish regarding the activities they plan to get engaged in during the course of the storm.
And the fervor in which the gentleman spoke about, you know, chucking off.
Yes, one woman here is saying, man from Longwood, I talk pure nonsense. I don't think Jamaicans are tolerant of certain behaviors anymore, as we know what life and death situations look like.
We've seen what can happen. We've seen what will happen. Right? And so it's difficult for us to joke about these things or to make light of these circumstances, because we've certainly seen how families have gotten, you know, destroyed because someone decided that they were going to, you know, be reckless about
loss of life, the grief, and the ensuing issues relating to struggles of life because a breadwinner is lost in trying to be a hero or some other activity of recklessness.
Correct, absolutely. It's important, Nika, that we remember that we should be responsible. We're looking at Dunrobin. That's Dunrobin.
And Constant Spring.
And Constant
That's
Spring.
Intersection of the Dunrobin and
here in
Constant
Kingston, we're seeing again that mist that we spoke about earlier, and the fact that it's continues to rain. I mean, also what's interesting to note is that the rain has been constant. It has not been constantly heavy rainfall,
but it's always been out.
But it has been constant. And what we know of Kingston is that when we have prolonged rainfall, that is when the flooding starts.
Indeed. And what we also know is that had this curfew not been in place, the likelihood of congestion and chaos on the streets would have been unimaginable.
Yeah. Also, so that's what's happening right now in Kingston. I feel like each time we look at the cameras, we can see where the conditions are getting more and more dire.
Yes, yes. It's a first for me that I'm able to see so clearly the path from the Constant Spring roadway, all of that area that we're looking at now with just a few vehicles moving around.
Going all the way up into Mannings Hill, Manor Park area.
And all the way up, you are looking at businesses and potentially apartments going straight up to the far end of your screen. You're seeing what would have been a hardware that was very jam-packed up to yesterday.
Yeah.
People buying all sorts of supplies to ensure they back down and they do what they need to do to protect their loved ones. So it's all come to a halt of sorts now, and the few vehicles that are out there, let's just remind them, Andrew, of the classified emergency workers and exempted personnel who should actually be out there. So if you don't have a family member who is rushing to hospital, or you are taking somebody to the hospital for medical care, you don't need to be out on the road. If you're not an emergency worker, meaning you don't work in first response, you're not a firefighter, you're not a police officer, you are not a member of some security private firm, you don't need to be out there. You're not a journalist, you're not going to read the news, you're not coming to CVM to do a presentation of any major magnitude. You shall stay at your yard. In fact, if you don't need to come to the yard, stay in a place of safety.
Yeah,
right,
what's important as well, Nika, is although we are not seeing heavy...
I hear, Andrew, before you go any further, that we finally have someone on phone now. This is Leon from Ensom City in St. Catherine.
Yeah.
Hi, Leon.
How are you doing?
I am doing.
We're staying dry here in studio, Leon. How are you?
Well, as I said before, just a little bit of rainfall, a little bit of breeze, nothing major. You understand? But it's like Mr. Donna watch a program, and I see this brother from Lagoon down at Clarendon side that about shut off in a water and all that kind of stuff. The thing with people of Jamaica, you see, they know that they live on a low line here, and flooding will always happen. And that here the government, we see it to them and preach to them to move. No one wants to move from that place. You understand? At the end of the day, when anything happens, them start the government to do this and the government to do that. Or you expect the government to do everything when the government keeps talking to you about the same thing. Day in, day out, weeks in, weeks out, year to year, it's the same conversation. And you're still not trying to change anything, but you want the government to help you now. If you all blow it, you start to the government to help you. The government is not supposed to help you, bro. You understand?
Yeah.
Because you've been hearing this over and over, you still not intend to move from where you're there because most of them are capture the place and so them don't move, them live the free life.
Personal responsibility is therefore very important. I gather that's what you're saying.
Exactly. They need to take responsibility to them action at the same time.
Yeah.
So what sort of preparation, Mr. Leon, did you put in place over there in Ensom City?
Well, over my side, I'm quite safe and alright. I have a flooding at my place at no time. I'm quite safe and alright. I just get my food and I take them up. You know, so like that, I can manage here till light come back. You understand?
So you haven't had any outages of electricity
No, I still have electricity here because I'm actually watching the program right now.
Okay, that's great, and thank you so much for tuning in. Leon, I want to ask you, because one of the things that we need to do in this time is to come together as a community. Have you been able to check in with, your bridging around the corner, see if anybody needs help, maybe the elderly, that kind of thing?
Yeah, man, everybody when you know about so far, things are right. Because I go up on the road, walk the streets, and everybody seems all right so far. You understand?
Yeah.
That was before the curfew, Leon?
That was before the curfew and even after the curfew. See, even now, so we just come from the outside.
All right, try not to do too much of that. But if you do hear of anything where your neighbors are compromised or you yourself might need some support, then of course we also encourage you to call the emergency numbers.
Yeah, man.
Right? And we've had a few of those numbers being displayed on screen. We will have them throughout this broadcast. And we just want to remind you, if you can't hear it too much, if your home is in spate, do not hesitate. Leon, I've been saying it, evacuate.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Most naturally.
So Leon, thank you for your patronage, thank you for your viewership, and thank you for calling in. And stay safe, my brother.
All right, not a problem. Respect.
All right.
Thank you so much, Leon. So we are having people all the way over in Belize, elsewhere in the region, sending prayers. This is JassX on YouTube is sending prayers from Belize. Well, JassX, we thank you so much because prayers can never be too much. And someone here, Spring Garden 1, was saying she remembers some hurricane. She says she was in St. Thomas on September 12, 1988. And if you were watching this program, you know which hurricane she's talking about.
Yep.
He or she, I'm not sure Spring Garden is male or female. So 1988, September 12.
Yep. Hurricane Gilbert.
AKA.
What was it? The leveler. The leveler, yeah. You see, I'm learning.
Thank you.
I'm learning.
Thank you. And, in addition to that, we're seeing now some image there on screen from
Montego Bay.
Montego Bay.
Yeah.
I think it's Coral Gardens that I was told earlier.
Yeah.
And if you look at that, you can see the wind is there. It might not be as abrasive or aggressive as some of us would have expected, but it's still relatively early in the process.
And let's not forget the recent waves that we had in Montego Bay that damaged,
destroyed a section of the resort town and the barrier walls.
And that's one of the things that we also should consider as well. We're a tourist destination, and so a lot of visitors at any point is on the island. So we hope everyone is staying safe. So we have another caller on the line, Nika. Jade from
Kingston.
From Kingston?
From here in Kingston.
Jade.
Yes.
Hello, and thank you for calling.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
We are trying to do well. How are you, Jade?
Good, thank you, good.
Which area of Kingston, if you don't mind, are you?
Around Manor Park.
Okay, what's the situation like in the Manor Park area?
It's pretty rainy. Sometimes you just see the wind just hitting hard, on random moments. But it's right now it's a tropical storm, and then
Oh goodness, Jade, is this your first major hurricane that you've witnessed?
Yes.
I got that from the tone of your voice.
Yeah.
So what's the feeling like for you? Are you anxious, nervous, excited? What is it really like for you?
I mean, it's just interesting to just see everything just going outside, all of that. So, yeah.
You want to be a little bit careful about that, though. Remember some of the tips we were sharing earlier, that if you can avoid going outside, absolutely do. But if you must, ensure that you have protective gear. Okay, Jade?
Absolutely. And keep in touch with the accurate, reliable, credible, consistent newscasts like CVM TV here and what we're doing on the broadcast, because there will be misinformation and all sorts of falsehoods.
Yes, we've been watching it since morning, so yeah.
Thank you so much.
So Jade, what kind of personal preparation did you make ahead of the hurricane?
Just making sure like water, everything, gas, all of that. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that what you meant?
Yes, Jay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for your patronage and support. We hope that you and your family will continue to be safe throughout Hurricane Beryl, and we will hopefully hear from you after this passes. All right, so that's Jade from Kingston, his first major hurricane. This is a beautiful shot, but it's very ominous. What are we looking at from our sky cam on the roof?
That looks like it's toward downtown Kingston, Nika.
Look at those droplets. We can't see the Palisadoes Strip. Usually you would have been able to see it.
Yeah.
It's covered under that misty gray.
It's almost non-existent. Not even almost. It's just because we know that it should be there.
It should be there.
Yeah, but those are the conditions currently in downtown Kingston, and of course the Palisade Strip that we can no longer see because visibility is so poor currently outside.
And just to remind our viewers also that the airports are closed, flights have been cancelled, and if you needed to get to an airport, you would have perhaps seen those notifications from earlier in the week, indications that there would have been closures and it would have impacted flights that were planned for this week.
Yeah,
of course, it doesn't matter if the hurricane lasts one day. What we know is that it will have implications for days to come.
We're looking at Port Royal Road now behind the airport.
I've been to this very location just a few months ago.
Yeah, so what we're seeing there is water, I believe, overflowing the banks.
It's breaching its banks. And it's almost like a mound that is a mound of sand that barricades the sea from the roadway. Because it's usually, as you can see, there is a sign there that warns users of that space that they should not go too close to some sections of that area because planes will take off and impact.
Right.
Yeah.
I am just now realizing exactly where
it is.
Where this location is.
I tell you, Andrew, not too far from there, a friend of mine was living relatively close to that former animal husbandry location.
Yes.
I think her father was a veterinarian, and so there's also a lighthouse on that property, and a few residences are there. Look at the water coming over. I'm hoping evacuation has already started taking place.
Look at the force.
But I can see the police. You see the police people.
Yes, which means the men and women in blue are in fact out there and serving and protecting.
Putting their lives on the line, as they always do, but in a different way this time around. Because when I visited St. Thomas not too long ago for a similar story, I was told by the superintendent, Alison Byfield, commanding officer there, that there was an incident in a vicinity in the more rural area of the parish, and the police officers had to dive into the murky depths to save 2 women and a child.
Yeah,
and that was well before a hurricane was declared.
Real heroes exist in Jamaica. So we're looking just outside at Dunrobin Avenue, and of course the backdrop is the hills. We're talking about Stony Hills, we're talking about Red Hills, we're talking about Manning's Hill.
Yes.
We're all of those areas, as you can see, it's almost as though the clouds have descended upon the hill, and we can see the evidence
of rain.
You can see droplets there on our sky cam as we show the nation what is currently happening here in Kingston and giving you the very latest in terms of.
The viewers are loving it. They're loving what we're doing. I'm seeing some of the feedback. And Mark C says, okay, thank you, CVM TV. Samuel Henry says, I'm praying for you, Jamaica. I'm in, is this England or New Zealand? You should figure it out.
Yeah, this is
tiny, tiny flag.
Yeah.
Wow, this is a view from Peter's Rock in Upper St. Andrew. This view would have been amazing.
And look at the wind.
Yes, you can see the palm trees a bit exhausted by the activity.
Yes, absolutely. So I mean, we're seeing the gust. It's gusty.
Yes. Someone here is saying, N says Beryl mainly had gusty wind and storm surge when she affected Barbados, and she says that storm surge was horrible. Did you see any of the images from Barbados? There was one when it appeared as though the water came onto the pier and hit it, and then it pulled back.
And then it came again.
And then it came with more force and just blasted it apart. And then you heard the fisher folk saying there were X number of vessels out there and now they're all gone. Look at the sky cam shots from CVM TV.
Right.
You're looking towards Peter's Rock.
On the right side
of the frame. Yes.
Yeah, we're looking at, as you said,
views.
Peter's Rock. Yeah. And,
Have you ever been there?
I don't think I've ever been to Peter's Rock.
Let me tell you, Jamaicans are not always as traveled as we anticipate.
Yeah,
so
especially within
we know
our
more
own.
Outside than inside.
Absolutely. So we're going to another caller on the phone. We're going to Carlita from Zadie Gardens. That's here in Kingston. Carlita, hello, and thank you for calling.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
Carlita, I hope you are staying dry. I hope you're staying safe. What kind of conditions are you experiencing in Zadie Gardens?
Oh, yes, I'm indeed dry and safe. In Zadie Gardens, the rain is moderate, the wind is moderate, and the rain is on and off, but it's a beautiful day here. I just want to implore everyone to stay in and stay safe, and please not to put our first responders at risk. Yes. You know, follow what is being said, the instructions that are being given, because at the end of the day, the first responders do have families and loved ones as well.
Yes.
That's true.
Absolutely.
That's very true. In terms of the experience for you, were you anticipating more at this time of the day, Carlita?
Yes, I was anticipating a lot more, but thank God, you know, we're getting, I don't want it to be worse. Yes. Because we know our little island of Jamaica cannot handle anything, you know, too bad. So I was anticipating it, but I'm glad for what's happening.
Yeah, and Carlita, I know you've been watching our coverage so far. So what you've seen as well is that in parts of the island it's worse off than other parts. So for example, when we saw St. Thomas, we saw flooding has already started there. We saw wind gusts in St. Thomas as well as other parts. And we saw Hellshire, for example, where flooding is happening. So while Kingston hasn't started to experience severe weather as yet, it is in fact affecting other parts of the island.
That's true. And while we're looking at Zadie Gardens right now,
all the areas that you made mention, we definitely expect those areas to be severely affected. And that is why, again, we want to implore all residents to take heed, and take safety, go to shelters, and not put our first responders' lives at risk.
Thank you so much, Carlita.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Stay safe, everyone.
All right. Stay safe and stay dry.
So Scott Gabriel says, St. Mary, Jamaica, it is crazy here.
In St. Mary?
In St. Mary. That's what, Scott, if you could give us more information on what crazy means, if you have any images, any videos, if you want to give us a call, just to remind our viewers that when you're calling in, if you have your television still turned up, you are going to have that feedback, and that's one of the reasons you're hearing those squeaky noises at times.
Yes.
Quite irritating for the other listeners and viewers. But if you can just turn down the dial a little toops, then we can hear you clearly and we can all get the message out.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, Nika, what's also important is that during a hurricane that we establish a communication plan. It's important to have a communication plan for our family. Your family may not be together when a hurricane occurs, so it's important to know how to contact one another and how to get back together, just in case we are separated at any point. So that's just a tip there for our viewers to bear in mind and to ensure that we stay in touch and we're keeping together during the hurricane.
Well,
on screen now, we're looking at Temple Hall, St. Andrew. This is moments ago, and boy, if we ever thought that, you know, it's...
That looks like a lot of activity. Look at the winds. You can see it from the swaying of the palm tree, the coconut tree. That's a coconut tree fully laden. Why them never pick them? No, I have to ask. Don't waste good food.
But you can see it's very, very windy in Temple Hall. So this is what I was explaining to Carlita a while ago, that, you know, Zadie Gardens is kind of calm right now, but look at Temple Hall, for example.
I hear that back home in Trelawney, it was pouring from shortly after 12 last night, straight back to now.
Yeah.
My aunts say tanks have been filled, drums flowing over, and they haven't really felt the big punch yet.
Yeah, I'm eager to see what's happening in St. Mary, though, based on what one of our viewers shared with us.
If we are to profile the parishes, what typically, agriculture-wise, do we have in St. Mary?
Banana.
Okay, so no banana might be hit again. What typically do we have in Trelawney? It's a yam parish.
Yes.
So if you are thinking that sustainable development is not important, then think again, because after a disaster, people will need food. People need it before, during, and after.
Well, that's one of the concerns, right? Because usually fresh produce and those kinds of things, the price starts
skyrocketing,
going up, and you can understand why, because there's a scarcity now. When you look at the breadbasket parish of St. Elizabeth, often when we experience hurricanes of this nature, the farms are entirely wiped out. You know, so sometimes it's difficult in the aftermath of the hurricane.
I was hoping you would just throw in a plug there for the people in St. Elizabeth to call us.
Yes.
Call us at CVM TV, where our eyes are peeled on Hurricane Beryl. Call us and tell us what's happening down there to the Skeleton, what's happening to the people, what's happening to all the resorts tucked away on the edge of Treasure Beach and all of those places.
Yeah, the number to call is, I'm the numbers man,
You're the numbers man.
Is 876-931-6193. I'll repeat that. The number to call is 876-931-6193. Call us. We'd love to hear from you and to find out what's happening in your neck of the woods. So,
Lisette Bignall, because I tell you, when social media is going crazy, Lisette Bignall is saying she's praying for Jamaica. Shanique Henry says Stony Hill, rain and crazy wind. Shanique, please be careful. Steve Jackson says, I'm in St. Catherine, Yuatan. Wind is raging. Cheval Gordon says, nothing much in Lucy, Hanover as yet. Veline Russell says, the comment section is focusing on other things. But here again, we have Rose Hall, St. James, very windy, not much rain.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing from Time Is Mine that WhatsApp is down in Portland and St. Mary, it seems.
And we expected that wind. I mean, the Met Service was saying, hey, it's gonna be windy. And so done, as we'd say in Jamaican parlance. So we're definitely getting that wind. I'm hearing that we're supposed to be connecting with a caller from the United Kingdom.
Amazing.
You know,
we are everywhere.
Persons in the diaspora are tuning in. They're concerned about what's happening here at home. Hello, caller, can you hear me?
Hi, good evening. Morning there. Sorry.
It's afternoon here. It's just 12:43 here. So Shanna, being someone from the UK diaspora, what are your concerns and thoughts about Hurricane Beryl as it barrels down on?
So I was 12 years old and I experienced Hurricane Gilbert. I was supposed to start high school, then Edwin Allen Comprehensive High, and then Hurricane Gilbert. I was living with my mom then in Frankfield, Clarendon. Now she has dementia, so she's been taken care of by my brother and my sister there. So it's just concern, that's it. I haven't even gone to work today because of it.
Wow, we can imagine, and you know,
empathize. And
yeah, we empathize with you, Shanna, and being so far away. Have you been able to communicate with your family members on the ground at all via phone, maybe WhatsApp, via email?
Yes, like every hour I'm on the phone, asking if everything is all right, if my mom is okay, you understand, because I know she won't understand what's happening and stuff like that. So that's one of my big concerns and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really important that we stay in touch, especially with our loved ones during, you know, these times of crisis. Of course, your mom is in a very vulnerable and fragile state, and you sound like you're doing the necessary work to ensure that, you know, she's safe and she's comfortable. And so we empathize with you, Shanna, and we are with you in this time as we go through Hurricane Beryl together.
I'm telling you. Can I just shout out to the residents of Clarendon, Frankfield, Copen? Please just stay safe and just listen to the authorities. If you have to move, just move. Simple.
Yes, Shanna. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for calling, and thank you for staying tuned and for viewing the trusted station, CVM TV.
CVM the best, man. Thank you, guys. And stay safe, Jamaica. I'm praying.
Thank you so much, Shanna. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Bye. We are here now when, whoa, Unique Tash on YouTube says, "A God, I hold my house top in Linstead." Wow. Please, if you can, find somewhere safer to go, because you see, if that house top lifts,
yeah, it's the rest is history.
The rest is history, and we don't want that.
The rest is history. So again, we appeal and encourage Jamaicans to make smart decisions in this season.
Daniel BB says it's raining now in Constant Spring Gardens. That's not too far from here.
That's just right up the road, I believe, from from this.
Oh, okay. So it's raining at CVM in this vicinity. Prattville, Manchester. Simon Gordon says a very little rain and breeze at the moment.
Yeah, as Nika had said earlier, if you can stay safe while getting images and video, we encourage you to do so and to share that with us. And of course, we're encouraging you to call us and share your thoughts on Hurricane Beryl. And the number to call again is 876-931-6193. That's 876-931-6193.
Bar Talk with Kells is saying Windsor in the Rio Grande Valley in Portland has no electricity.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. There are certain communities based on the terrain, the geography, the topography, that they're going to undoubtedly in a hurricane go without power for a very long time.
Yeah, and JPS said that this would happen. Yeah, they had us on guard and told us that we need to charge our devices. If you have power banks, for example, you charge.
Where is this? This is Portland.
We're looking at Portland.
I do remember this roadway. I visited Portland briefly for a by-election and then after for a few other events, including a funeral of a politician.
Yeah.
All for news, of course.
And of course, look at that.
I am not surprised. The wall has been bashed in because of the intensity of the waves that are crashing in on it. Do you notice that?
Yeah, and
oh my
we're
goodness.
Still looking at Portland. We spoke about trees coming down. Look at, I think that roadway now is
impossible.
Impossible, it would appear. If we got
so this is the Vazes area, Member of Parliament. Eastern Portland is members of Parliament, yes. So we have husband and wife.
Yeah.
Daryl Vaz and not sure exactly whose area this would fall into.
Yeah, so it's important to Nika to remind our viewers that we are providing island-wide coverage of what's happening out there on the ground. You are now looking at Portland and the kind of impact that Hurricane Beryl is having in that end of the island. Earlier, we saw Montego Bay, for example, and what was happening there. We've done a check-in, an extensive check-in here in Kingston and the conditions that Kingstonians are undergoing. We've heard about what's happening in St. Mary. We've heard about what's happening in Westmoreland, for example. So we are providing, you know,
it's more than wall to wall. It's every inch, every breath of this country that we're capturing. Here we have someone here says, I am Filipino. This is Scotty's Learning Corner. I'm Filipino-American, and you know that I'm praying for you all. Much love to all the people in Jamaica. We thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate that.
We also have here... Oh boy, Pablo, you're giving yourself some trouble today. I'm not going to read your comment on air. You're bad. We have here massive storm surge from, this is Canardia Brown. She says massive storm surge and high winds in Long Bay, Portland. No electricity.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have
a caller on the phone, Haridella from Portmore, St. Catherine. Haridella, hello.
Yes, what I don't know to you.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling, Haridella. What are the conditions in Portmore, St. Catherine currently?
Okay. We're having regular rain in Portmore currently, but the problem that I am having in where I'm living right now, there is a broken light post close to my house. I had already called Jamaica Public Service before this hurricane threat came in. They come here and they look at the post and they said it needs to be changed. Twice I called them back and they have not changed that post, and right now I am scared for myself and my family and my neighbors because the light post is a threat to our house because it's almost touching my house. So I'm just letting the nation know that with JPS, if anything happens to my family, Jamaica Public Service is responsible.
It's concerning. Exactly where in Portmore are you?
7 West. I am living in 7 West to be exact.
All right, because we intend to speak to the JPSCO.
You want me to give the number that they gave me?
Well,
do you have an incident number?
Yes, the report number. I have it here.
Well,
Thank you.
We're gonna ask you to
we'll pass that on to the producers.
Share that on to our producers. We don't need the exact address live on air, but we're gonna be speaking with a representative from JPS shortly, Haridella, and of course we're gonna raise your concerns there with them. In the interim, though, it would be prudent for you to try to stay as safe as possible and to keep your family as safe as possible while the hurricane is passing. I know it's difficult, I know it's frustrating, but we have to try and ride out the storm as it is.
Yes, I know, and thank you very much. That's what I'm trying to do, because the only threat that we are having here right now is with the JPS. Other than that, we're having a little rain, normal rain. We ain't got no breezes yet. But, I mean, we had planned to ride out the storm.
Yeah.
So apart from the JPS, our office is safe.
Okay. Well, Haridella, thank you so much for calling. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and your concerns. And do continue to stay safe as we ride out this storm, Hurricane Beryl. Nika, so much to discuss there, but we have to go to a break. You're watching CVM's special, extended and live coverage as we keep our eye on Beryl. So we take a quick break. We'll be right back.
SuperMed Family of Pharmacies, your trusted partner in health and wellness for over 30 years. With 8 convenient pharmacies across Eastern Jamaica. SuperMed Mall Pharmacy, Supermed New Kingston, Supermed Pepine, Supermed Port Antonio Pharmacies 1 and 2, Claire's St. Mary, Lloyd's St. Thomas, and a convenient drive-through at our Hughenden location where you can get your medication without leaving your car. We're dedicated to providing you with the highest level of care. Experience the difference with Supermed family of pharmacies. Super happy, super healthy.
And you go down and have a good day. Blessing. Supermed.
Hey, how was school?
It was really good, but I'm really hungry. Can we get some juicy patties?
Sure we can.
I never see a boil up patty like you.
Hey son, you good?
No, Dad, I'm starving. Can we get some juicy patties?
Celebrating over 40 years of everyday moments.
Welcome to the ZZ Lottery Draw for 12:55 p.m. Wednesday, July 3rd, 2024. The one-drop winning number is 3. The hat-trick winning numbers are 9, 4, 9. The four-play winning numbers are 4, 5, 7, 6. The fireball is red. Thank you for playing with Izizi.
Snacks, cheese balls, grab a sunshine, grab a cheese balls. We are crunch on a cheese ball. Daddy little pick, grab a cheese ball. Sunshine, snacks, cheese balls, grab a sunshine, snack, cheese balls. Some cheese in every bite, flavor in every crunch. Extra cheese, we love it so much. Love cheese in every bite. Grab a sunshine, grab a cheese balls. We are crunch on a cheese ball. Daddy little pick, grab a cheese ball. Sunshine, snacks, cheese balls, flavor in every crunch. Grab a sunshine, snacks, cheese balls today. Enough cheese, enough flavor.
Welcome back. You are watching CVM TV's live coverage, wall-to-wall coverage of Eye on Beryl, a special broadcast where we are featuring all that's happening across our blessed country, Jamaica, to the rest of the world. And so we have... I'm Nika Lewis, firstly.
And I'm Andrew Laidley, of course.
Of course. We do this all the time.
And in the break, we found out that, you know, people are
watching us from all over the world. We're not exaggerating. If you're in the YouTube chat, you will see some of what I'm talking about. I'm going to highlight a few. We have Nikir 876 says Jamaican living in Budapest, Hungary.
Yes,
here,
as far as Budapest.
Watching and praying for my family and friends back home to stay safe. Thanks for keeping us informed. You're very welcome, Nikir. We also have Teresa Laville, Dominica. She says, love you, Jamaica. And we appreciate that.
St. Martin.
St. Martin is also there. Yes.
St. Martin.
Kelron Bellot or Bello. I'm not certain how you pronounce your last name. If it is French, it should be like Bello. So Kelron says, prayers from St. Martin. Love you, Jamaica. And these are just a few of the things that we've been picking up on. Well, KR James says at Russian TV. Oh boy, we're giving self trouble. But outside of that, we have people watching from Canada. This fancy place in Canada. You can tackle that one.
Saskatchewan. Yeah, from Canada. Thank you.
Never been there, but I'd like to one day. So let's talk. This is Michelle. She says hi from Cayman, and this is Christopher saying watching from Halifax. We have Jamaican in London praying for my family in St. Elizabeth, Nadine Parchment, Montego Bay, and Jamaica. Freedom Media says live from Antarctica. When we say we're going global, we mean that.
We are going global, and we are providing
doing that.
Wall.
All right.
Wall to wall.
Nokoribi, them name are cute. Nokoribi says really calm in Mobe. That's the first in a while, eh? Nokoribi.
Yeah.
Father Dippo says here from Mexico. Stay safe.
Yeah, you know, Nika. One of the things that I wanted to get back to was the impact that a hurricane can have on food supply.
Yes.
As an island nation, you know, we depend so heavily on our farmers, and whenever there's heavy rainfall, just think about rainfall alone. Right, flooding or farms in places like St. Elizabeth, as we were saying earlier.
Yes.
And at the end of the day, what that means for the consumers, right, is it, right? Price hikes, right? And it's almost inevitable. It's almost as though you will go to your municipal market a couple of days after a hurricane, and you can expect the price of tomato, the price of onions, scallion,
because they're going to tell you there is none. Where we're coming from, there's little to none, or we have a few here, but we are going to have to sell you at an immensely higher price because of
it's supply and demand.
Absolutely.
It's supply and demand, eh?
But must.
So that is of course always concerning, and what it does as well is it pushes up inflation, and that's one of the things that the Bank of Jamaica has been trying to get under control. We're trying to keep inflation within the 4 to 6% target range, of course. And I'm not getting too businessy.
No, because I have some updates for the nation. This is coming in from some of our representatives in our sales department, and we have some confirmation from the Constabulary's Communications Network, CCU, well, formerly CCN. So, one, from Airport Road to Port Royal, the roadway is blocked. There is a low section on the road leading to Port Royal, and so they say that section is blocked. The police are monitoring that situation. Then secondly, Diamond Road, Stony Hill is also allegedly blocked. Edward Peace in Bogwalk, St. Catherine, landslide. Temple Hall Main Road this is St. Andrew, am I correct?
Yes, I think so.
Blocked by a tree, but police and residents managed to make a single lane. And Long Wall section of the Stony Hill Main Road is blocked by a tree. All right, so that's the first part. The other section of this update is that Beryl remains a category 4. It has weakened a bit, I'm seeing, but it's at 140 miles per hour, and it's moving at 18 miles per hour. The eye is 45 miles south of Kingston.
Yeah, and so that's the very latest on what's happening with
just
hurricane.
in at 1 p.m. Jamaica time, and it's now 1:02
It's now 1:02, so we're getting
we got it right then and there.
The very latest. I want to go back to social media a little bit. Nika, Kerry Bless, watching from Boston, Massachusetts, praying for my family in Daytona, Portmore, and the entire Jamaica. Lawrence Clark, watching from London, UK, praying for all Jamaicans.
For me.
Thank you so much for tuning in, and Lawrence. We got someone from St. Elizabeth saying it's calm now, which is good to hear. Which
is it? Or it's a calm before the storm?
It could be a calm before the storm, but I'm looking at my grocery.
I don't want to think about it just yet.
So that's good news for me and my budget. Leger Jackson is saying no light in East Rural St. Andrew. I know we spoke with the MP, Juliet Olness, from that constituency, and that is expected as that is
landslide terrain,
and also
rolling off
on the southern side. we're looking at Dion Jones, who's in Atlanta. I have never witnessed a storm. Left Jamaica in July 1988 and lived...
How fortunate.
Correct. And lived there since 2017. Came to Georgia in January. Can't believe storm is there. Praying for everyone. Thank you so much, Dion. Really, really appreciate that. Persons are calling from Cedar Valley in St. Thomas. Are tuning in, rather, checking in from Cedar Valley in St. Thomas. That's Kerry Kays, Tanya Sue. Appreciate you checking in and sharing with us. So many people are checking in, Nika.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
Yeah, and we appreciate the viewership. We are giving you the updates here as CVM keeps our eye on Beryl. And what's that rhyme that you've been giving since the start of the program?
If your home is in spate, do not hesitate.
Evacuate. Yeah, that's important. We want to keep that front of mind
at all times, especially in these disasters.
Yeah, for our viewers. And so, Nika, when we started the program, you can see how things have tracked.
Yes.
It is the hurricane is
coming closer and closer
slowly
to us.
Moving past, and we're seeing where the winds are picking up in areas. We saw Temple Hall, for example. That's full hurricane gusts kinds of winds there. And we've seen, the ocean overflowing banks and fording in Portland. We saw that. We saw trees down in Portland as well. And we've seen Montego Bay, for example, a tourist destination area in the country. And we're seeing across the island where the impact of Beryl has really been so far overwhelming. And here in Kingston, it's sort of been stable, not too much rain or too much wind just yet, but we're encouraging the citizenry to still remain vigilant and to still remain on high alert, as Beryl has not yet passed and we have not yet passed the worst. So, I'm just imploring the citizenry to stay safe and to continue to stay dry as best as possible. Nika.
Listen, these are interesting times, but I just want to do a quick insert in-house matters here just to remind our viewers that the Copa quarterfinals will be on tomorrow on CVM TV at 8 p.m. And we'll have the Meet the Mitchells. It's one of our ongoing series that we have on CVM TV, also at 8 p.m. But this is going to be on Wednesdays. Yes. Yeah.
So that's some housekeeping matters there. But Moy Rose is sending prayers and love from New York City. Thank you so much, Moy Rose. Maitland in Hellshire, light intermittent rain, not much wind, not even regular Hellshire wind, kinda too calm. It's what we were saying.
It's ominous
eerily
calm. Very ominous, because you are wondering what's next.
Yes. And it's very clear that Beryl hasn't fully passed.
It hasn't
the
passed.
Island.
Has it reached?
Exactly. So remain on high alert, as I was imploring everyone a while ago. Praying for Jamaica, watching from Florida. That's Copeland Russell. We have Delvin Hutchinson. No light in portions of Belgrade Heights.
Where's that?
Heights.
Is that Manchester?
It sounds like Manchester. Kern Antonio Gabriel is saying stay safe. Stay safe. Kalicia is appreciating the coverage. Really thank you for your viewership and your patronage, and for staying with us as we bring you the very latest on what is happening with Hurricane Beryl on the streets. And of course, our reporters are still in the field. We'll be checking in shortly to see what's happening out there with our reporters.
Yes.
Of course, we want them to also stay safe. We as reporters and journalists, we know the work ahead of us and the work that we have to do, and we take it
the risks we contend with, and the fact that we still have loved ones.
Correct.
Certainly, I'm sure your family are just as concerned. But we're looking on the screen now, Andrew, and This looks like your side of the terrain.
Yes, that's out east. That looks like the Palisados strip that we were seeing just now.
Pretty close to.
We're seeing that looks like, is that Mayor? Is that Mayor?
Mayor Swaby?
I'm not able to tell.
It looks like him from the walk.
That's correct.
From the walk and the hairstyle.
Yeah. So that is the ocean.
Yes, it is the mayor.
That's
Andrew
Mayor
Swaby, mayor of Kingston. He's been out and about all morning. He's actually told our news team when we visited Port Royal earlier that he's been in this space since around 5. And we interviewed him when he came to a stop at one of the locations in the corporate area. And he had given us an update on the preparations that went into train prior to all this battering and lashing that we're seeing.
And Nika, look at the rocks.
How
they've been pushed and scattered.
Yeah. We have quite a bit happening. We have Natalia Clark out east in St. Thomas too. Natalia, what can you tell us?
Hi, Nika. I am currently leaving St. Thomas because it's getting quite dangerous out there. The wind is pulling me left, then right, then left again, and it's raining really, really hard. All the residents are trying to get to safe grounds. The roads are becoming impossible. There are many holes in the road. There are many debris on the road. It's really just not a safe place to be at the moment. The last stop I made was in a yard where at least 7 trees were uprooted. We actually stopped to get a few breadfruit and mangoes, as they were just all there. And while we were there, we had several trees still breaking and branches and everything just falling around us. Absolutely dangerous. We went to a section of St. Thomas called Bamboo River, which I've done several stories on there in terms of flooding. I wanted to get an update as to what's happening. However, I was not able to get into that community due to the fact that when I was entering, there were power lines rubbing on each other, and there was a fire, and I was like, yeah, I'm not going that far. We went down into Duhaney Pen, where houses are devastatingly inundated. It's something I've never seen before.
I was just about to ask you.
Yeah.
I know this must be surreal for you.
Yes, as a young reporter out in the field, I didn't know it was listed out there, but the residents in St. Thomas, they don't seem very perturbed by what's happening. They're concerned. They have, some kind of, they're very much like, yeah, we're used to this always happens, we'll be okay. We spoke to a few gentlemen who were in Duhaney Pen, refused to leave, and they were just like, yes, we've weathered many storms here, we'll be fine. We built this house on several levels higher than what's expected, and they were explaining to us that 2 years ago, Duhaney Pen was not severely affected by flooding, but some developers came in trying to make the Sunset Beach, and so they kind of flattened an area that served as a buffer for the community. And now, as soon as there's a little bit of rain, they have to think about evacuating. But they are very adamant that they're not leaving, and it's just a very interesting scene here in St. Thomas. A section of the new highway, I'm pretty sure in a few hours will not be possible. When I was passing this morning, I sent a few videos into the studio, and when I was passing back just now, it was like 10 times worse. I'm interested to see what it will look like tomorrow. I actually took another video that I'm going to send to you shortly that you can share with our viewers.
Yes. Natalia, did you at any point come in contact or in close proximity to any of the rivers? We know the Yalas River is usually in spate.
Yeah, infamous for that.
Yes, in fact, it became a thing where people were saying nobody can cross it because that's the Yalas River. And we know there are a few others in St. Thomas. Did you come in any close proximity to any of those rivers?
We passed that river going up. I'm not sure which one it was exactly, but it wasn't bad when we were going up. I didn't take note of it on our way coming back because visibility now is kind of poor. So we are focused on ensuring that our vehicle is not being caught in any falling lane or anything like that. But the situation here in St. Thomas is not looking good. In terms of the Yellow Pond, that's what we passed just now, right? That is interesting. It's swollen. It's dirty. It has an odor. St. Thomas is just very interesting at this point.
And I gather it's not for all the right reasons.
No, it's not.
Absolutely not. Natalia, I wanted you to remind us, you said there were down power lines. Just remind us of the area where you saw those down lines.
That was where the Bamboo River singing to the Thomas. So that's in the town, right at the left side. I can't give you a specific direction, but it's Bamboo River. Once you enter the community, you see them, they're on the left. And right on the road, while we saw a group of people, I think about 6, begging us, asking if they could take them to the nearest shelter. They were absolutely rushing to get to a safe point.
Yeah. Yeah, Natalia, we want you to stay safe.
Yes.
It sounds like things are certainly getting worse in your neck of the woods. We want you to stay safe with your videographer. I know you're out there with a team. So keep providing coverage as best as you can, as safe as you can.
Well, the silver line is I'm driving out of St. Thomas and it's getting a little bit better, but I'm heading to Port Royal, where we are hearing that it's not looking pretty good over there either. So I'll have the update to send to the studio and provide live updates where possible.
Okay, thank you so much. That's our reporter there, Natalia Clark, who has been in and around St. Thomas since morning.
Very early this morning.
Right.
At around 5 o'clock, she was already making her way out there into the east.
Right.
I didn't know how far she could get to, but I was daring enough to say, go as far as you can. If you get to the border of St. Thomas and Portland, I'd love that. But then I'd suspect that it was just not possible given the swift developments in that area.
She said that just now, that you know it's intensifying there and it's becoming harder to get into the communities, and so it sounds like she's being safe and trying to move to areas where she can get the reports and the updates for the nation in a safe manner and in a safe way.
I want to just bring our attention back, Andrew, to the hurricane history that we share in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Which hurricane did we have in October 2005?
Boy, Nika, you're testing me on that one.
All right. You didn't give an answer, so you lost out on the point. But in 2005, October 17 to 18, we had Hurricane Wilma.
Wilma.
The names are quite interesting.
Yes.
Wilma, it said that this was the 12th hurricane of the 2005 hurricane season. So it goes to show you can always have more than 10, even though 10 is usually projected.
Yes.
So we're just at 1 for this particular hurricane season, 2024. And its center was located southwest of Jamaica. Not too far off from what we may experience today.
Exactly.
There were 12 injuries and 1 fatality, a man who drowned in the Birds Hill area of Clarendon. So if you're living in Birds Hill, be ye careful.
Yes. Exercise
caution. Bands of rainfall associated with the system persisted over the island for a period of 8 days. So yes, the hurricane can come and just spend 1 day, but then associated conditions could cause way more than this, the 1 day drama.
Yeah.
Moderate to heavy showers affected the entire island, and it resulted in flooding, which led to major damage, bridges, roadways, and other infrastructure. All major industries were also affected by flood rains.
Yeah, as you made that point, Nika, I recall the community of Caribbean Estate out in Harborview. They are still recovering from the impact that the ocean had, wiping out basically displacing several homes, several families, and they're still recovering from that. So you know, it can have lasting effects years down the line. I mean, that was maybe in the early 2000s that incident happened, and they are still, you know, recovering, trying to relocate to other areas. And there are several you know, areas in Jamaica and communities that are along the coastline. Our livelihood surrounds the coastline, and you know, when we experience weather systems like this one, like Hurricane Beryl, it really jeopardizes livelihoods and businesses. We haven't even started to talk about businesses and the impact that the hurricane will have on businesses. And when you talk about businesses and corporate entities, you can't forget the employees, which are persons like you and I, you know, who depend on our jobs to take care of our families and to take care of ourselves. We heard someone calling from UK who's concerned about her mom who's in a vulnerable state. So it's all connected, eh? That's true. That's what's happening, and so it's important to recognize that nothing is isolated in these times. It's all
connected,
joint up.
And with that, we'd like to remind you, if you are in need of emergency care or support and you don't remember those numbers to call, just a quick reminder of the emergency contact numbers. For hurricane updates, you can dial 116. For the police, you dial 119. For fire, it's 110. And for the ambulance, you can call also 110. We also have persons who may need support from Lifeline Medical Response. That number, I'm going to go twice, 876-974-6404. That's if you need Lifeline Medical Response help. It's 876-974-6404. Mental health and suicide prevention helpline. You might scoff at this, but unless you need the help, you won't really value it just yet. So this number, it's for persons who may have mental health and suicide tendencies or concerns, and you want some help. 888-639-5433. Right. So that area I was speaking about earlier is actually Caribbean Terrace.
Not Estate.
Yeah, I believe I said
Caribbean Estate. That's in Portmore.
And it slipped me too.
Exactly. So that was Caribbean Terrace. That incident affected.
Close to the Palisados area in that Harborview
area.
I remember those stories.
Yes. Well, Nika, online, I want to share a comment with you. Andrew Dennis, who's tuning in, said, just felt an earthquake in St. Andrew. No, I'm not quite sure it's an earthquake.
Or it's what the MP was talking about.
And it might be the magnitude and the force of maybe the wind or something. I haven't gotten any note of an earthquake.
Let's remember, Andrew, that we just heard from Natalia in St. Thomas. 7 trees were uprooted, tossed to the ground.
Right.
So if anything like this is happening anywhere up there in East Rural St. Andrew, it may very well feel like it's an earthquake.
Yeah.
But if we can confirm there was a tremor or earthquake, then this would be just too awful.
It would definitely be.
This would be crisis 2.0.
We have no confirmation of any tremor or earthquake though, Andrew.
Yes.
So we don't doubt that you are feeling some kind of vibration and movement, but certainly not a confirmed earthquake at this point. No electricity in Christiana. That's from Kessan Baker. Melody Cook is watching from New York. She's saying, keep safe, my Jamaican people and families. Arlene, no light in Caledonia Road in Mandeville, Manchester. Marlene Benjamin, watching from Trinidad, praying for you all. Thank you so much. Aaron Thomas, no electricity in Edinburgh, Manchester.
Seems like Manchester is being whopped right now.
Right. It would appear that way.
The central parishes, we've heard a bit about what's happening in Portland. So if I'm tracking the disconnection or the disruption of utility services from what I'm seeing in the chat, it sounds like from Portland coming inward, in more inland, is more of this featuring.
And certainly in East Rural St. Andrew, it would appear.
Yes.
They've been without light and power for some time there. Adina Onfroy is saying, keep safe all. So it's definitely intensifying, Nika.
Yes, and
out there
it's
in the
inching
streets.
much closer now to land for us.
Yeah.
Probably too close.
And all we can do now is hunker down and pray that...
And hope that the preparation we put in place was enough to get us through this.
Absolutely. I wanna share with our viewers now some of the things that we want to do to ensure that we are safe against, for example, like high winds. The best way to reduce the risk of damage to a structure from hurricane winds is to reinforce or strengthen the building, including doors, windows, walls, and roofs. Now, the best way to protect yourself is to consider either constructing a safe room, right, within your actual house.
Let's talk about Jamaican houses first.
Right.
Because how many of us have ample rooms, let alone enough to create a safe room?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
If possible, it's important.
If you live in the garrisons in some of these places where space is quite limited.
A safe corner then.
A safe corner. All right.
Safe corner, a safe room if you have the space. But just find a space where if the roof is lifted or caving in, then you can say, okay, this is my safe corner, my safe space, and you can go there. And
so what if when this hurricane comes, where we are anticipating it coming from, it does a U-turn or something like Gilbert? What then?
I
get it. I get it. I'm not disputing you. I was being devil's advocate, and I apologize.
I don't know what I don't know how to even respond to something like that. I mean, we heard about the Great Leveler and how it appeared as though Gilbert did a U-turn and did in fact come back to, batter the island for a second time.
Indeed.
Yeah, and another thing is debris. We've seen a lot of that from the images we've seen across the island, and you want to bring loose, lightweight objects such as patio furniture, garbage cans, and bicycles. You want to bring those inside. So if you haven't yet, you want to ensure that you do that right now. I certainly had to remove my plants from my...
I was going right there.
Yeah.
I took up 21 pots of flowers and tucked them away.
21. So you are a flower mama.
I am. I actually say they're my babies.
I also have some flowers, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
But what about pets? Does your information tell you anything about pets?
Absolutely. You want to ensure that your pets are safe. You want to ensure that they're in cages if possible. Because weather events like this can sort of scare them.
Yes.
They're animals. They're not used to this kind of event and system. So of course you want to ensure that you secure your pet. You want to anchor your objects that would be unsafe or bring them inside. Right.
Well, you can't bring in the cattle. You cannot bring in certain animals. So now we're saying pets, like more the smaller type.
Yeah, your
animals.
Cats, your dogs, your birds.
Yes.
Those kinds of animals you want to ensure.
The unique pets as well. The snakes and other.
Well, we're not going to go there. But also floods, right? What can you do? There are steps that, of course, you as a property owner can take to make your home or business more flood resistant. No, I know in Jamaica, one of the things that we're used is a sandbag, and we saw some of that when Courtney made her report. And what's important is if you're able to, you can make some improvements to your property. This is the first hurricane of the season to hit Jamaica, right? So, in the aftermath of this Hurricane Beryl, if you are seeing where you can make some changes or home renovations, if as your budget may allow, you can take steps to protect your property in that way. You want to keep your gutters and drains free of debris, right? You want to install battery backup if you are able to do so, right? We know that's not, I mean, it's
always feasible.
It's not always affordable to do these kinds of things, but as best as possible, if you can, it is encouraged that you do that kind of thing. You want to, of course, stockpile emergency protective materials such as plywood, plastic sheeting, and sandbags, right? We were speaking about that as best as possible. And
if you're from rural Jamaica like myself, we use newspaper, and my grandmother used to be, she swore by old clothes. Don't know where she find them, but she found old cloth and those things to stuff anything that leaking, anything dripping, because thou shalt not be flooded out.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things, Nika, is that we often take for granted is insurance. You want to ensure that you have, in addition to property insurance, especially those who reside in, low-lying areas, you want to have flood insurance. You can get insurance for just about everything nowadays.
Someone offered to insure my voice. But I'm serious.
Yes,
we can get insurance for just about everything.
You can get insurance for just about any and everything nowadays.
Right.
So, it's important that we
Well, I'm hearing, Andrew, that we're having to segue into a quick report from our reporter out there in the field, Ramon Gordon. He visited New Haven, and that's in Kingston. So let's take a look at it.
Ramon Gordon here, still on location, reporting from New Haven in the vicinity of Duhaney Park. As you can hear, the winds have certainly started to pick up, and the atmosphere has certainly changed here on the ground. Residents have retreated indoors as they're now bracing for the incoming storm. Still very averse to evacuations. They're saying they're going to be staying home, they're going to be banking on their community, they're going to be banking on themselves. You're saying that the light post is shaking?
Man, it dropped down already. It look out all light. And now, I just see two of them just rock. So, that means anytime it can come down and I pay fire that. Pay fire.
You're not going to leave?
Well, I'm not leave because I have things that I'm in way down. I can't leave.
But what will you...
And the loot of them there, to keep it.
But people will say that things can be replaced.
Boy, it's not replaced. Not necessarily true.
Currently heading back to the office. It's getting dangerous on the road. CVM News will continue bringing you the updates as we get them. But as we've been saying all day, stay home, stay safe, do not put yourself in harm's way. We'll get you the updates as we get them.
Thank you so much for that report. Ramon Gordon, our reporter, joins us now in studio. Ramon, you've been on the road. You've seen what's happening. You just said in your report that it's getting worse out there on the road. So kind of explain or give us an overview of everything that you saw and where people are sort of now in terms of ensuring that they hunker down for the worst of Beryl, which it sounds like we're getting just about now.
It's getting pretty scary out there. When we were on the road this morning, it was raining, light showers, intermittent showers, and a little wind. But on our way to visit the community of New Haven again for a second time, it was a different scene. The skies were darker. The place was still hot, believe it or not, amid the rain.
Is it?
Yeah. Maybe it's the outfit, I don't know. But it was a little humid out there, yes? There was lightning, thunder, and a lot was happening. I got to the community, spoke with the residents, and they're still adamant that they're not going to be evacuating. They're saying that they have to protect their personal goods from thieves. They don't want to miss out on anything that may go missing. So they are saying that they are going to hunker down in New Haven, even amid serious flood concerns.
What about politicians? Have you been seeing much of them? Because they're among the exempted teams or people who can be out in this storm. Have you been seeing any of them in the communities? Have you been seeing any interactions with like care package donations, anything like that?
I haven't. And unfortunately, the MP for that area is Anthony Hilton. The residents there say that he has not been as proactive as he should. And that's me editing trying to refine what they said.
But Rama, you know, it's interesting how we look at the crime monster, and that is also playing a part in how Jamaicans are responding to the evacuation.
Absolutely.
The evacuation activities that are supposed to happen. Persons are saying, boy, I'm not leaving my property, I'm not leaving my assets. I'm trying to ensure that, you know, I protect and safeguard the things that, you know, I can.
And when we're having these conversations, we really do have to check our privilege, because we'll say it's just things that can be replaced. But like you saw in that report, this man was saying, no, my things cannot be replaced. For some of these people, it's all they have. And as irrational as it may seem to us that they're choosing to stay there, for them, it's either that or, well, quite literally, nothing. So that's where we are.
Yeah, Ramon Gordon, you've been in the streets, you know, since morning. You've certainly made several reports, and so we know that we can see that residents are in fact undergoing severe hurricane conditions now. Yeah. And we want to say thank you for giving us the live updates as you will continue to do throughout the day. We appreciate you, Ramon. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Thank you, Ramon. All right, we now go back to Clarendon with Curlin Brown, who's been matching up the scenes on the ground.
Team out on the road. I was just making notes of the signs along this thoroughfare, which for me is very good. But the gate is open, which also is a good thing.
Well, the gate will be closed as soon as we get the green light to go ahead. We're asking persons to abide, stay inside, go to the shelters, ensure that you're safe.
And you and your team been covering a lot of areas?
We went to Portland Cottage, Rocky Point, Lioneltown, and we're going through Water Lane, went through Aligator, and we're going all the way back to Maypen. All sections from Maypen, so we're all covering the streets, ensuring the safety of the residents.
Stay inside. Stay inside. You hear the officer. Stay inside. I'm Curlin Brown reporting for CVM News.
The men and women in blue are out in their numbers, and Curlin caught up with a few of them I see out there in Maypen.
Yeah. Stay inside is the message, right? Stay inside. Just like Tanaya Yard during the COVID-19 pandemic.
So we're not outside, not for Beryl.
No.
We're inside.
We're inside. We're inside, and we're staying inside until we've heard that it's safe to go outside again and to check our property and to see that everything is okay or not okay.
Yeah, so we can pick up the pieces literally or otherwise.
And rebuild. Yeah, and actually that inspection, Nika, is important to do in the post-hurricane period. I know a lot of persons just want to pick up where they left off before the hurricane, but it's important to inspect your area and your premises just to ensure that, you know, there aren't any like cracks, broken places that could put you
in further danger
if you don't address that. And I'm harping on it because this is the first major hurricane to hit Jamaica in the season. So you know, that's very critical that check is done.
It is. Let me tell you something else. We're looking at the screen, and if you've been watching and tracking Beryl with us, having your eye on Beryl as CVM TV is encouraging us all to do, then you would have seen that this clearly is inching dangerously close to Jamaica.
Yes, absolutely. Look at the eye.
It's closer than ever.
Look at the eye, and
it's closer than ever.
That
little tip of the island that you're looking at, that it is very close
That's Clarendon, isn't it?
Is that Clarendon?
I believe.
My social studies skills feel a little ruined right now, but
geography, I can pretty much say with certainty that.
I stopped at grade.
That looks.
But that looks like, is that the Portland Bight?
Yes. I think that's where
I took a lucky guess.
Yeah. I think Curlin has been providing coverage.
Area. The fisher folk there say they have been equipped with the skill and the knowledge over the years to read the signs on the waters and among the animals that they interact with over time, to know exactly when it is something that they should be rushing to make haste and prepare themselves for. And this definitely was one of the disasters that they saw coming.
But I have to say to you, Nika, it would appear as though Beryl is taking her time.
Beryl is in no hurry. We are the ones who are concerned. Beryl is unbothered. Beryl is experiencing almost like a fertilizer out there on a plant. If you have a struggling orchid, you say you're a plant person. So if you have plants at your house or you have fruit trees and you sprinkle like a fertilizer at the root. As a farmer girl from Trelawney, yes, my father is into that. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, Beryl is enjoying warmth and moisture, all the things that make a hurricane want to dance and play with you.
It's a perfect
so Beryl has gone down to what? A 3, come back up to a 5, down to a 4. Beryl is playing with us.
And if you look at the image that we had up just now, look at the outer bands of Hurricane Beryl.
Those are huge.
We're seeing Haiti.
Jamaica is all around, wrapped around. Look at that big gust.
Oh yeah, our island is covered totally.
Someone said in the social commentary section that they're surprised any of Jamaica has electricity
at this point.
I say I can't believe.
And there's a comment I wanted to make on that. Over the years we have gotten better in terms of ensuring that utilities such as electricity, water, internet. Let's not take that for granted. We've been able to connect with our reporters across the island since we started our program, and so that's important. That means telecoms has certainly improved, and that's impressive.
I'm going to take this one because I want to give a big braggadocious Jamaican style shout out from CVM TV to Novato from Don Robin. He's been watching CVM TV, keeping his eyes on Beryl with us from morning till now. And we want to say thank you so much, Novato, to you and your loved ones. Keep safe and continue to track Beryl with us.
Yeah, not just Novato, but all the people as you know, around the world
Antarctica.
who are no folks, we're not joking. People are watching from
appreciate the
Antarctica
support.
And we appreciate that.
And the fact that you can come to us for credible information. We are not going to try to become superheroes just for some likes. We're telling you as it happens, real-time truth. So you don't have to wonder when we tell you that a tree has fallen, it has.
It's happening in real time. We're getting the images in real time. We're seeing the videos in real time as we give you the reports from across the island. I was saying here with this photo that we have up, Nika, the outer bands of Hurricane Beryl. I mean, it's a huge system. We're seeing Jamaica is completely covered.
But look at islands like the Turks and Caicos. Look at all the way up there into Cuba,
all the way,
Santiago.
You almost couldn't even see Turks and Caicos.
Turks and Caicos is part of it, almost like they're getting so much. I can only imagine what's happening there right now. Haiti, missing none of the action.
Absolutely
Haiti is sitting right there. Dom Rep is getting some of it as well. And I don't want to imagine. I now see why our security forces were so quick on pulling in the Coast Guards at the time that they did. Because this looks like it would have been pandemonium at sea.
No one could have weathered this storm at sea. Certainly not. I mean, the entire water area around Jamaica would certainly...
This is when they say the water is troubled. It feels like this is troubled water.
You're taking us to church, Nika. Yeah, so certainly we're seeing the extent and the magnitude of Hurricane Beryl there. And, of course, the impact it's having on Turks and Caicos. We're seeing Haiti. We're seeing the Dominican Republic. We're seeing Santiago in Cuba. And of course, the damage it has done in the Eastern Caribbean so far. We're talking about.
I'm so moved by that effect and the impact it's had, because you know, when you attend upon certain spaces and you encounter people and you become so attached to people and you have established family ties or bonds in other countries, it's no longer just another island somewhere out there in the Caribbean. These are your loved ones. These are your friends, your classmates. And if you attended university in the Caribbean or elsewhere where you encountered these people, it's no longer you reading about a Cuba or a Trinidad or any other island nation. You have lived a part of their history. They share their food, their culture, all of that with you. And so
it's one Caribbean, right?
It is.
It's one Caribbean.
We're all SIDS.
We're all SIDS. And what I like is that in recent times, we have become better in terms of coordinating and mobilizing assistance for the countries or the territories within the region that have been affected. I know institutions like the Caribbean Development Bank, for example, have already mobilized their teams to go into places like Barbados, places like St. Lucia, Grenada, and to provide not just human resource support, but also actual financial help, you know, which small island developing states need in a time like this, you know.
Because talk goes that far. Support and encouragement, it's important, but there comes a time when you require cash to care. And sometimes when it seems like, you know, we saw recently where Caribbean leaders attended upon climate change summits and meetings, and our own climate minister, Senator Matthew Samuda, he's been pushing that mantra and insisting that we do need more support in the Caribbean, not just Jamaica, but we saw Barbados, Mia Motley went abroad and she's been championing the cause as well. She's been demanding that we no longer just talk about the financial support that we think the Caribbean should get, but we action it in a way that makes more sense when we encounter these type of risks and disasters.
And, you know, as Mia have said, in, you know, her many, you know, appeals that she's made to the powers that be, there's no question about it that we are doing the least to contribute to the effects of climate change and the carbon footprint, but we are bearing the brunt of its effects, right? And of course,
rising sea levels.
Absolutely, we've spoken about
summers.
Exactly. Erosion. The inherent vulnerabilities that we have here in the Caribbean.
Listen, we've had some terrible drought conditions over the past few years. And our summers have become so much worse. Almost every house in Jamaica by now probably have an air
conditioning unit.
If you have
even
a fan,
when you can't afford it.
No, you're going to find a way.
You're going to find a way. The fan is not going to work. I mean, I'm not looking forward to the heat this summer. I mean, already it feels like we've been having record days in terms of how hot the temperature has been.
All right.
You know?
So we're looking on screen and we're just reminding you that you are looking at us tracking Hurricane Beryl. This was at what, 200? It's moving at 220 kilometers per hour.
And it's still
a Category 4 major hurricane. I know now that the Prime Minister, from what I'm seeing on social media, and hopefully we will get some of this soon, is attending upon the ODPEM Command Center here in Kingston. He's meeting with the stakeholders, and if we are getting a chance to plug into that, I'm sure we will get that to you very quickly. In addition to that, we're reminding you that once we have the opportunity to, we are open to taking your calls. We want you to call us. We need to hear what's happening, where you are at, and if you need any support, what sort of support. So when we speak to the stakeholders, you can get that. It's 1-876-931-6193. And reminding you, you're watching CVM TV. It's our special broadcast, Eye on Beryl. We're focusing on Hurricane Beryl as it barrels through the Caribbean heading towards Jamaica. We take a quick break, but more when we return.
listen to me please. No plastic bag, no fear blowing at the breeze. No. Proper garbage, disposal, recycle plastic, now make it full up in the streets. Bag it and bin it, every rubbish in a pan. No dirty up the place, this a we island. So keep Jamaica, keep Jamaica. Say make we do it. A message from the National Solid Waste Management Authority.
Later, Daddy. Take care of Grandpa.
Saka, it walk.
The internationally acclaimed On Stage with Winfred Williams.
At a new time, Saturdays at 8 p.m. on CVM TV.
So much more than entertainment.
Get tiles and get creative with your floors, walls, and all the spaces in between. Our knowledgeable sales consultants are happy to help create your beautiful finish with the latest designs in first quality porcelain, wood look, vinyl, mosaics, natural stones, and countertops. At Creative, you will get every tile you need for your residential or commercial projects. Creative Building Finishes, your one-stop shop for everything tiles. Visit our showroom at 5 Red Hills Road or call 876-929-5553. Get tiles, get creative.
Yo, check this out. This is Ding Dong Ravers and Cooking with Love. And you're tuned in right now on CVM TV. Watch it. We're going to go crazy in the kitchen. Check it out. Yeah, sister, the man a big chef, you know. Boy, I'm a try a little thing when I'm ready, you know. World Dig.
Hello and welcome back to CVM's Eye on Beryl. We've been bringing you coverage and live updates across the island as Hurricane Beryl is now barreling through and across the island. My name is Andrew Laidley and I'm joined by
Nika Lewis. Thank you, Andrew. Such a gentleman. And speaking of the situation at hand, we have some emergency numbers on your screen. As you could see, we gave you a few of them before, but now we have an extended list showing you the Jamaica Red Cross contact. If you are unable to see but you're hearing that number, the Red Cross number is 876-984-7860.
That's correct. And Nika, one of the things which you mentioned before we went to the break is that the Prime Minister is in fact now at
He's at the ODPEM Emergency Command
Center, and of course he is dialoguing with
the stakeholders.
The stakeholders and the authorities, of course.
We will get that for you.
We will get that for you as soon as we possibly can, so that you can hear what the Prime Minister is saying and what is being done on the ground.
And just to remind the Jamaican people of the numbers, if you need an ambulance, if you're having a fire, it's 110 for those emergency services. If you want the police, it's 119. If you'd like to get hurricane updates, dial 116. Those numbers, to my knowledge, are generally free of cost. The 119, 116, etc. We have the Lifeline Medical Response They provide ambulance services too.
Yes.
So their number is 876-974-6404. For mental health and suicide prevention support, you can call the helpline at 888-639-0543. And we also have the ambulance service. If you are seeking ambulance support, you have several numbers for this one. So try and catch one of these numbers as I call them. 876-978-2327 or 978. Sorry, it's always 876 for these ones that I'm seeing here. 978-6021 or 876-978-8253. All right, Andrew, you can help me out with these now.
Or, Jamaicans, you can contact the ambulance service, of course, at 876-927-5337 or 876-809-1119. And of course, you can also contact Jamaica Red Cross at 876-984-7860. That's 876-984-7860. That's the Jamaica Red Cross. And of course, there's the air sea rescue, which might actually come into play
for those who don't wish to evacuate.
For those who just refuse to evacuate, the number to call for air sea rescue is 119. That's the same as the number that you contact for police assistance. So those are your emergency contact numbers. You want to ensure that if you can take a photo off the screen, you want to ensure that you have that handy. And let's just be clear, you never know what could happen or what might happen. And it might not be you who's in the emergency, but it might be your neighbor.
I have Andrew, an individual from Cayman. Her name is Charnette. Charnette, are you hearing us?
Yes, I'm hearing you quite clear.
Amazing. Well, we thank you for joining us. You've reached out to talk to us about the situation and your interest in what's happening here in Jamaica.
Well, I'm hearing what's happening in Jamaica, and I'm getting updates also from my family. And I'm just calling to tell you guys that even though the storm is pending, we're still bright. It's been a little sunny and still bright. The skies are overcast, but it's just like we're in the calm before the storm.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed.
Absolutely.
And if you look at it, Charnette, we're seeing it on screen now, where the path that this hurricane is likely to take, or is predicted to take, it's going to hit south
of the Cayman Islands,
and then it makes a westward movement and goes up a bit before it comes closer to the Cayman Islands. So Cayman Islands, as you're seeing, is northwest of Jamaica, and I don't know that we normally see a pattern of this nature, but I'm not the expert. What I can say is that we are praying for you over there just the same.
Sure. Charnette, I want to ask you, have you been able to contact your family and friends here in Jamaica?
Yes, I have. I've spoken to my daughter, and she has sent me pictures. She sent me videos, and we're in the Guysville area, and it's very windy and a lot of rain. But they're fine. They're fine. Yeah. But it's really bad. She sounds scared, because it's terrible with the wind and all of that.
Yeah, I can just imagine.
That's over there in St. Catherine. What sort of preparation are Caymanians making as we speak?
Well, this morning when I went on the road, you can see that the area where I'm at, most of the houses, they were windows were battened down, and persons are making preparations, because they know it's coming, and I guess nobody wants to be out there in the cold, or so they have to make ample preparation before it really gets here.
Is it the first storm you would have weathered in the Cayman Islands?
Well, you remember that storm that was coming in I think it's 2021. It turned at the last moment.
Yes, I think I remember
Turned at
that
the last moment, so it's not the only one I've ever experienced. But it didn't really come that hard because it turned at the last moment. But I was in Jamaica for Gilbert and Ivan and all of that, so I know exactly what.
Right, I was just about to ask what your encounter with the Hurricane Ivan was like.
Oh man, that was scary. It was nighttime, and that was the longest night of my life.
And what about Gilbert? You mentioned Gilbert just now.
I was a teenager then, and it wasn't so bad to me because I mean we didn't experience any blowing off of the roof on our house and all of that, but it was a group of us, family, and to me at that time it was you felt safe, you know.
Then you also didn't have to worry too much about protecting your family as you may be now because you're grown and have more responsibilities, I gather.
Yes.
And Shernette, what's the kind of preparation in terms of this at the state level in the Cayman Islands right now?
Well, I know there are shelters. The shelters are being announced, and the numbers, just like how you gave out the number, the emergency numbers. Mm-hmm. So those are in place just in case persons have to move. So I know that much.
Okay. Well, Shernette, we want to thank you for calling in and for sharing your thoughts and your concerns. And of course, we are praying for you and with you even as we are going through the storm currently.
Well, thank you guys, and I'm praying also for you guys, and we're sitting here just bracing for it, you know, praying for ourselves as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shernette, for calling. That's Shernette, a caller from the Cayman Islands, sharing her thoughts and concerns with us as we provide island-wide coverage of Hurricane Beryl, who is now fully impacting the island. We've gone from coast to coast, from east to west in terms of our coverage, and we are continuing so to do. We've seen how in Portland there've been down power lines, we've seen down trees, we've seen
some
flooding.
Roadways impassable.
Some roadways impassable. We've seen, like I said, flooding and that kind of thing in Portland. We've seen Montego Bay. We've heard of St. Mary. We've heard of Westmoreland. Hanover has also checked in, and
sections of St. Andrew.
Across the island now, though, Nika, it's becoming more windy, and persons are saying, you know, you can sense the power. Well, someone said they thought it was an earthquake, based on, and you do get that. You asked me about my first hurricane experience when I was younger, and along with that howling sound that I spoke to you about was the actual shaking of the building, which made me feel as though it was an earthquake. But I mean, of course, it wasn't. It was just the force of the wind as it rocked the actual building. And as I said that, I thought about how we have sort of changed our building codes over the years to ensure that we are less susceptible to hurricane force winds. You know, and it's important that our developers and our contractors stick and stay to those rules and regulations, because it's times like these that they become ever more important, right? We see a lot of construction happening in the corporate area and moving
There's been
westward.
A boom
right.
Since the pandemic.
Well, of course, there's a real estate boom happening across the island.
And high-rise buildings are becoming a feature
of the city, exactly. And so it's important that, you know, we pay attention to the building code of
and not
the
try
island.
to cheap out.
Yeah, don't cheat. We can't cheat the system, especially when we know we are so vulnerable to hurricane force winds, the sort of winds that we're now getting from Hurricane Beryl, right? And we've seen challenges with some of these new developments. We've certainly had multiple reports about just regular flooding about, you know, walls being cracked, about molds in some of these developments. So it's, I mean, there's that concern there. And so when we think about how we are building, you know, edifices as they go up, we want to ensure that we're being responsible and that, you know, we do so with care to ensure that, you know, we are safe when a hurricane hits the island.
That is so true. Andrew, you know, there is a feature that comes with certain disasters. I mean, in an earthquake, we know almost by now, having had so many tremors this year alone, what to do. The children also know what to do, you know, because they've been going through the drills. But sometimes as adults, we ignore aspects of the protocol, the procedures, and in our minds we say, it's not gonna happen. So even our children are more likely to see the danger in us trying to skip a process, skip a step.
Yeah.
And they're the ones who will lose us when we as adults don't act responsibly, when we try to shortcut a system or a procedure, when we try to be defiant because we tell ourselves that at the last thing this me buy in my lifetime, and if me lose it, if me lose the Benz out a door, me can't buy back a next one. You are immensely more important than the Benz.
Yeah, your life.
Because had you not had life, you wouldn't be able to afford a Benz.
Yeah.
There's so many people who've died. None of them have their Benz, their Beamers.
They can't take
None
it,
of them
they can't take
have
it
their
with
mansions or any of that. And it seems to me sometimes that we prioritize and value material possessions above the metaphysical.
Yeah.
We put it above ourselves and the things that should be most impactful and important to us, because our priorities are not always in order. But it is a time for us to really reconsider that.
Yeah.
What we put in first place.
Yeah. I want to tell our listeners and our viewers now that if you still have electricity anywhere in the island, then you are in a very privileged position. And what would be important for you to do right now is to ensure that you get charged up. Ensure that you charge, you know, there are power banks in just about every household nowadays. So you want to ensure that you get charged up, and that for as long as you have electricity, that you keep your devices charged so that you can stay in touch and get those alerts that you need to get as we, you know, bear out the storm.
Andrew, it is my understanding that we now have joining us on phone live is Senior Superintendent of Police in charge of the Corporate Communications Unit in the Constabulary Force, Stephanie Lindsay. SSP Lindsay, are you with us?
Oh, how are you doing? From the Constabulary Communication Network.
Oh, we've gone back to the network. All right, my apologies. So, SSP Lindsay, what has the rollout been like for the Constabulary Force, and where are you most focusing your efforts today?
All right, so the Jamaica Constabulary Force, we are full operation. We have activated our hurricane operational standing orders, and all of the critical areas that we are focusing on, those are well being manned, and we are concentrating on safety and security. So we're looking at the public order incidents, we ensuring that persons are not putting themselves at unnecessary risk. Communication is very critical. I know earlier today, Acting DCP Clark provided an update as to the preparations that we have made and where we were at the start of the day. So we continue to see our officers out there supporting our and allowing the support for our partners from the JDF, ODPM, and the other persons. At the moment, we really want to ensure that a curfew, the Prime Minister declared all of Jamaica disaster area last evening, and of course announced that there's a curfew in place that initially from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. this afternoon. We part of the requirement is that we are expecting persons, except for those who are on the schedule, to remain at home, indoor, and not try to venture out. Because the more people we have out there putting themselves at risk, the more demand is going to be made on the support services. And in the event of an active hurricane, really and truly, we have to think safety first. We may not be able to assist those individuals, so we really don't want them to go out there and put themselves at risk.
Yeah, SSP Lindsay, thank you so much for sharing that. I wanted to find out from you, we are now seeing live shots, of course, updating our viewers of the Kingston area. We're seeing where visibility is low. Wanted to find out from you, though, SSP Lindsay, has there been any incidents since morning you're hearing from your team?
No, we have not had any major incidents. We have had reports of some road blockages, some because of downed trees or flooding in some areas. Over in St. Thomas, we have received reports of some areas being flooded. We know that the main road, or the crossing in that vicinity, we have been saying the persons not to venture into that area because the water was rising. So by now,